Alrighty, y'all. Look at the way that they do your save file in this. This game oozes Dungeons and Dragons in such a way. It's great. It truly permeates the entirety of this game. Your save file has session notes. It's like literally the game creator being the DM. In the exact way that it would translate if you're playing tabletop, I guess. There's a little blurb here. Alright, so last time you got through the whole intro sequence. Just a day ago, a local tea shop exploded, and it's your job to figure out why. For some reason, you woke up at the bottom of a morgue. Great start. You had a little chat with Viskin, the pale-faced local mortician. Then you went out to explore the city. Now, Holstad is a pretty big place, but just the tiny snippet that you're focused on already has a ton of people around. You had a ton to look at. Now, you still need to find that goblin chieftain, and of course, you also took a look down into the city below, which you'll have to return to later. So saith Chris. It's great. That's cool. It is cool. It's very, again, this game has so much charm to it, has so much personality. You can tell that this man truly does love what he's made here. And our ability score is looking, for randomizing my character, granted it went the opposite direction that I was hoping to make my character in true D&D fashion. But for being randomized, pretty good. Pretty good, I feel. Goblin wall art. How impressive. A green face is splattered across the facade, staring wildly towards a flaming sky and the dragon spread across it. Ugh. Or something like that. Is this finally... I guess we kind of already did it with the esoteric thing, but that was esoteric. Can we communicate with just walls? You take a step forward. The painted stone surface is smooth. This is no cheap dwarven rock. This is Gate-era architecture, disguised among the rest. You feel an esoteric urge to communicate with this object. Alright. So, I didn't think it was going to be esoteric. Of course it is. Our pocket watch tingles. Tell me your secrets, magical wall. Hey, look at that. Oh, baby. There's an advantage. You sense a crack in the wall. It wasn't there before. Then you hear the voice. A faint voice. A hoarse voice. Secrets end when spoken. Oh, good. You're not crazy. What's it like being a wall? Nothing. Nothing good or nothing bad? Nothing in isolation. What do you know about Norvik? Nothing. Do you know what Norvik is? No. Who built you, wall? A god. Cool it with the heresy. I'm a devoted servant of Earth, and I don't listen to any other gods. I don't know if that's the case. Which god? Mestra. Oh. That was a DC check of 20? Never heard of that god. Sounds like a weak, puny god to have been forgotten like that. Yeah, how old are you? 15 time Alines. And how many years is that? 2,000. Alright. Gate era could have been built by one of yours beasts. You got a name, Wall? Chansey. Alright. Good name. That's a pretty name. Okay. What's your political affiliation, my dear Wall? A powerful one. Perfect response. Are you sure you understand the question? Maybe all too well. Yes. Those are all the questions I have, Wall. Good pat. Okay. The crack disappears as quickly and silently as it came. It literally is sprouted a mouth? Are we sure it's not a mimic? Maybe the wall's a mimic. Then silence. That was surely an esoteric event. Or else you're turning mad. Bow to the wall. Thank you for your time, citizen? All right. Can we do anything else with it? Yeah, what does it mean? They believe in their dragon queen. Such worship should be encouraged, if only it was for Earth instead. It represents a devotion, albeit in an asinine way. The fire is the soul, a boundary between the real and the heartful. It's hot, send help. Have you tried the wet jet? Is the wet also hot? Because then you're in trouble, dude. I can't help you beyond that. Preferably get the big wet. The bigger the wet, the cooler it can be. But if that's thoroughly heated through, then tough luck, brother. You're just gonna have to melt actively. The air is wet, does that count? Is it cool? Because then yes, it sounds like you don't have a problem at that point. What does this tell me about the state of Norvik? Nothing really. All folks seek a belief. They have simply made one out of this supposed dragon lady. A coherent thought from the Red One. Impressive. They should worship Earth instead. There we go, back to insanity. At least consistent intelligence. It's soup? Gross. Sounds extremely gross. I sure can speak to the old demon here. What do we got? Pencil wing? Tell me your secrets, Broxo. That's not bad. It's a devil. A level 2 scribe. Surprisingly content. Hard worker. Has a nested interest in the current regime. Devils used to be allowed into the city only on work visas, so he could have served for several decades. Somehow, you just know this devil would gladly organize a mass genocide against non-humans in this city. Damn. Okay. He's quick, a bit of a charmer, and somewhat bright. I see. We speak with the devil. You raise your head towards the sky. Above you sits a tiny red creature. His wings flutter faintly in the wind. He's just a little guy with wings, reading his little newspaper. The fiend throws a quick glance your way. He's annoyed. Staring at a piece of paper, he does not acknowledge your presence. Hey, little guy, why aren't you on my shoulder? Hello, I am from the local government. What you reading? How do we want to approach this? I don't know. Now that I look closer at his facial features, I don't know if I want to invite him to be on my shoulder. Maybe that's also kind of like rude to just say, hey, perch over here, little dude. Yeah, what you reading? A sigh escapes the fiend's maw. He slowly puts down the paper. The paper is actually a torn out page from a magazine. He appears to be reading an article on the latest debate. I like the funny pictures. I like the pictures too. Yeah, I imagine you would. He's mocking you. Wait, he says, leaning in to get a good look at you. Earth God? A cleric? Hell's you doing here? That reaction. Your presence is uncommon. Divine mission, the usual. Very well, I won't get in your way. I, for one, am very happy for your presence. This place has gone downhill since the city let the goblins and tree striders run amok. We need some damn order in this place. Wise words. So if you need any legal advice, just let me know. Oh boy. Legal advice from a devil, you say? He gives you a tiny, sharp smirk. I'm sure he does. You should be aware of the fact that this is literally a devil. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Wisdom. Believe me. A good little devil. He hates goblins. Surely he can be trusted. Don't take advice from a parasite. Can you give me free legal advice? Should I invest in stocks? Is this the guy to ask? What about charm person? Boy. I gotta ask him about stocks. What do you know, hey, devil guy, should I invest in stocks? What do you think? Oh. I do not give nor have ever given investment advice. But, yes. He looks you up and down. I should ask, have you ever bought shares before, cleric? Uh-oh, appropriate. Oh, I don't know what that is. I don't share with anyone, little red man. God. All right. Look, I don't know what that is. I'm just a cleric. Okay, some basics then. Popularized by late Divine Era human adventurer companies, a share is essentially a percentage of ownership of a certain venture. Could be a guild, could be a company, or a specific adventure. Something that is supposed to grow over time so you can increase the value of your securities in that venture. He is giving me the literal breakdown. It's a risky way to increase your capital without actually doing any real work. Why is it risky? Sounds like free money. Good question. Imagine you invest in an adventuring party. They head into the Verdun Hills to dive into some Gate-era tomb, or an esoteric area filled with talking cats. Something weird and dangerous, but with potential for a lot of cool treasure to be found and brought back. There's a major chance that those adventurers die out on their journey. If they do, you lose all the money you invested. They could make it back, in which case you'd get a percentage of the treasure based on your share, but how often do adventurers come back with a bunch of treasures these days? You know, fair point. Have you ever bought stocks? Sure, I spend about 40% of my income in risky ventures. Sometimes I even get paid in securities, which is nice, since I won't have to pay any middlemen. So what I'm hearing is I should buy stocks. Look, there are rules in place. Norvik has laws governing what one can and cannot suggest when it comes to financial agency. Your god made those laws to protect people of lower than an average intelligence from being tricked by those with ill intent. Could people buy stocks in me? The little red devil stares at you. If you were to set yourself up as a venture, then maybe. I mean, if you could convince someone to invest in you, you know, without breaking any laws regarding investment advice, I'd be impressed, so why not? Where could I buy stocks? Oh. You can buy shares directly from Adventure Trader. Basically, someone can give you a piece of paper that says, I owe you, with some legal information on it. Or you could go to a trade hub. I don't think the Tolstad exchange is open until after the election, though. How convenient. What about currency trading? That's something I've heard about, too. I can't believe this is a whole line of conversation. Oh, that's just the art of switching between various currencies. Say you've got a pouch full of old embers, that is, the old draconic coin. They're made of gold, so even though there are no governments these days who support it, you could always just sell them for the great gold value. Great. That's the most basic form of it. But when it comes to city-backed currencies, it gets more complicated. If you got 10 Brimarks, the currency of Blood City Bay and its subjects, they come in both paper form and soul-infused iron coins. Soul-infused, you say? And let's say you want to convert them into Rhodesian tens. How many do you get? Tens are the currency of the Free Strider Revolution. While free cities have multiple currencies, the magical paper money of reeds is quickly growing into the most valuable across the coast. And the free cities are a collection of city-states and reeds, all united under the golden banner of free striderism. Norvik will join them one way or another. I don't know. Would it be 10, little devil man? No clue. The value of each currency fluctuates day to day, as does the exchange rate to each other currency. Not to mention the location as well. Pens are powerful because of the far reach of the Free Strider trading charters. Brimarks are near useless in Norvik, so the exchange rate, while still not nothing, is quite low. That makes Blood City corporations way less interested in investing here, which then perpetuates the weak value of their currency. Sigs of old Diminor are used in some places, sure, but bring them out in Norvik and any shopkeeper will laugh at you, holding out those shiny little crystal discs. Sigs, the currency of Thazin, during the Arcane Era. It's still in use in some places, but these magical crystalline discs are only supported by a handful of cities and reeds. While the penning is accepted automatically, almost as if it's a slightly less valuable crown. And the penning is the currency of the Vizca kingdoms, as well as several dwarven fiefdoms on the Undercoast. It is a commonly accepted coinage in Norvik. Undercoast is a nickname for the undersea coast, which is the gravity-reversed cavern, sea, and archipelago, right underneath the coast. Dig down far enough and you'll end up passing through the gravity flip, and then you can make the climb to the Undercoast. What? Okay, then the soul is, on the other hand, extremely valuable just because of the Golden Horde's influence. The Golden Horde? Remnants of a celestial empire in Divini Torum. Led by a horrifying choir, a hyper-intelligent light being, they spread fear throughout their lands, as well as parts of western Ascani. What? That sounds wild, dude. Divini Torum is one of the A-bands of the coast. Yeah. An Askew Plain, a slope growing into the sacred wasteland, home of celestials, birdfolk, and originally halflings, as well as the scars of divine warfare. Crazy, dude. And the Ilum, Yan Pala. Oof. Those weird little ice cubes, well. An ancient elven empire, now a shell of its former self. Once ruled by Ilum the Mender, a walking god who signed a treaty with Earth. Their great woodsland stands at the border between Askan and Reeds. Howdy, Loki. How are you, sir? A walking god, the term used to describe the divine avatars who rose and fell in and around the divine era. Most major religions on the coast today are built around these figures, and their influence can be felt everywhere. Earth was the last known walking god when he faded, 27 years ago. You feel like a walking god, as you should, spanning Japan on a, bi-weekly basis? If that don't make you a walking god, I don't know what does, dude. I'm guessing you've never seen one, and never will. Take one to an exchange station, they will quite literally think you're messing with them. But yeah, that's some info for you. He has been factual. Yeah, you know what? I'm learning so much. He nods and grins. Economy, you know, messy and fun. All right, that's all I have to ask about stocks. Thank you, Demon Man. Are you a barrister? A tiny barrister? No, I have no legal position within the city. I'm just very knowledgeable in the magistrate's code. So he works with city law. Ask him for details. He shows you a foul grin. Uh-oh. So what type of work do you do? If you love what you do, you will never work a day in your life, he says and smirks. So what do you do? Me? I do scrubbing most days. Got some connections within the palace, and believe me, that's gotten me through some tough times. See, whenever some rich asshole needs a legal draft in a hurry, who do they send for? The guy with the wings, that's who. He does paperwork. Then he must be highly knowledgeable in law. Always on call, huh? For sure, but I get around quick. What you do in your spare time, then? Calligraphy. The art of writing and lettering, something you're quite familiar with as well. A true man knows the value of lettering. Oh, and I do love me some reading. Gaining access to the Darwinian Library changed my life. Darwinian Library, the largest public library in Norvik. You spent many years in your youth inside those stony walls. He's a nerd! City official, clearly a demon. It opened with, he wanted to give us legal advice. So, yes, they're being pretty right on the nose about it, I feel. What's it like being a little red guy? You want an honest answer or the one I tell my clients? I want the honest answer. I'm here to connect to you on a hopefully level that gets you not to manipulate and abuse my trust. Okay, let me put it like this. It fucking sucks donkey shit. Damn. Do you know what it takes to get a promotion these days? No. We're talking decades of servitude to some sadistic fuck that wants to return to Gregorian's greatness or some shit like that. And then, after risking your life and humiliating yourself, there's a chance this fucking guy will put in the effort of promoting you. And if you're unlucky, you'll turn into a fucking bug. Or worse, something without wings. Look, y'all might be saying he's a devil. I think he's speaking from his heart there. That came from a very real place. It's kind of growing on me. Being a devil is a harsh existence. It requires constant vigilance, hard work, and incredible natural talents to reach any type of high-tier devildom. You would do quite well as one. Hey, what do you mean, intelligence? Roasting me. Voice acting in Chef's Kiss. I feel like I did my best work in Dave the Diver. If you haven't caught the finale VOD on that, you're missing out. I destroyed my throat that day. But it was glorious, it was. Tell me about these promotions. Sorry, forget not everyone knows how Devilkin work. Let's put it like this. Devils have a ranking system. Some are lower, some are higher. The only way to get higher and metamorphose into a more powerful creature is to be promoted by someone with a higher rank. But hey, could be worse, he says and cackles. Could be a demon. Demon. Chaotic evil fiend. They are mostly bloodthirsty monsters and rage-crazed barbarians fallen out of Haxi. But some of their more civilized spawn do reign in the cities and realms surrounding the Endless Maw. And Haxi is one of the 8 bands along the coast. Means either growing maw or into the air in Abyssal. A deeply cursed jungle hellscape filled with volcanic rivers, flesh-eating insects, and murderous plants. Once an elven sanctuary, now home to demonic warlords, tiefling cities, and celestial crusaders. And tieflings, a folk with demonic or devilish blood in their veins, often have features such as horns, tails, red or blue skin, and various esoteric abilities. The more you know. Demons are horrible, chaotic creatures that live by the rule of complete meritocracy. There we are. Which would be amazing if it wasn't for their complete ineptitude at civilization building. Maybe not high on their priorities in general, I suppose. This game is so incredible with the extent of the world building. It's a lot. This is a lot to wade through, and it's a slow burn. But if you all got the patience and kind of give this a chance, the idea of these bands, these coasts, on some sort of like floating inverted plane of existence where we are, pretty wild. Pretty wild to imagine this if it was something we could like actively go through an entire RPG setting. What? Here we go. What are you voting in the upcoming election, devil? What am I voting for? Same as you, the little devil says with a laugh. The good guys. And that means the city, duh. The elites are quite literally feeding my trove at this point. You'd think I'd vote for someone to topple them? Voting in his self-interest as anyone reasonable would do. Interesting. I don't have a political opinion myself. You know, I'd make a joke or something, but having city clerics be apolitical ain't the worst. Could probably make life a lot easier. Anyway, you wanted something else? He had the opportunity to really roast me, and he chose not to. I like this guy. I think our little devil friend here, I think Braxo's not that bad. I'm done. I've asked you all I wanted to. He throws up his little arms in the air. It's over. By the gods. What about alignment, devil? Ah, yes, the overrules of morality. Norvik does not moralize over alignment. Officially. Alignment, an esoteric effect which brands each creature on the coast with one of 9 labels on 2 axes. Lawful to chaotic, and good to evil. It is debated exactly who or what determines the parameters within this effect. Spells like Detect Alignment are capable of parsing this effect. Nor do most of the city-states across the coast. Why? Oh boy. Why don't we lock up all the evil folk? And you being a devil are, you know. We put him on the spot. Hey, you devil guy, because you're red. Yes? You're evil? Oh yes, indeed. It is pretty easy to spot. He flaps his wings. It can be pretty discriminatory at times. People assume I have their worst interest in mind, just because I'm ontologically evil. You don't have their worst interest in mind? Look, evil is not some objective thing. It's entirely internal and aligned with your subjective opinion. There are good people who ruin the world and evil folk who do their best to maintain it. That's the deal. This guy, the writing in this game really likes to... I'm so interested. I'm so interested to see more of these characters. If everyone is going to be this kind of like subtle jab and commentary, or if he is going to have only some characters lean into being this way. We've had another moment where it's occasionally popped up, but we'll see. There's definitely some humor tied to this. What does the law have to say on resurrections? That's one hell of a question. He smirks for a while. See what I did there, cleric? Cleric? Did you get it? Cleric. Higher tier resurrections aren't illegal, they're just not available anymore. Resurrection. The act of returning a dead person back to life. We don't say. There are many spells that do this, from a weak Revivify to the legendary True Resurrection. Revivify, a 3rd level necromancy spell. If used within 60 seconds of death and the body isn't too ruined, the target is brought back to life. How nice. There are a handful of known divine resurrection spells. Since the death of Earth, there have been no documented instances of successful resurrections above 3rd level. Damn, Earth kicks the bucket and everybody just kind of sucks. Not available? Figured a cleric would know better than me, but... he says and shrugs. Spells over 4th or 5th are rarely seen these days. If you want to know why, go pray. Your god grants you magic. In his wisdom, he only grants higher power when needed. In your lifetime, it has not been needed a lot. What about low-level resurrections, then? There's Revivify. That's it. High-ranking officials love having clerics around for this one spell. Bunch of pussies. Oh my god. Does a murder still count if the victim is resurrected? He thinks about the question for a bit. There's been cases. Heard of a man stabbed in a bar fight. Bled out just in time for a drunk cleric to arrive. Cast Revivify and the bloke lived. The stabber ended up being charged with a major transgression of personal well-being. And that's... not murder per se, but I'd argue it had more to do with the fellow's barrister than making it clear to the judiciaries there was no killing intent. So, not an accident, but not a murder. Just a brawl gone too far.
But that'd be a hard sell if the victim wasn't breathing.
A complex scenario, something clerics often have to contend with.
But in most cases, I'd say yes. So don't go around murdering folk and revivifying them, cleric.
It would be a waste of a spell slot, yes. And evil.
Would be kind of funny, but, you know, don't.
Are you legally considered alive after a resurrection?
Yes. For all intents and purposes, you are alive. Undeath, on the other hand, would be a very different affliction.
Necromancy is not just undeath, but all undeath is necromancy. And how is that defined?
As long as the necromancy is considered of divine origin and the soul is returned to a healthy body, then it is considered as a normal resurrection. If the origin is more black magic shit, as they say, or some kind of corpse animation, then it would be considered as bodily sacrilege. And that's a top-tier criminal offense.
How top is it?
Oh, it's up there.
Does death absolve your crimes?
Now you're asking real questions. But no, it does not. There's been actual laws signed in old kingdoms over this shit.
He leans in, looking excited.
So, classic story. All right. A real bad guy is caught murdering his neighbor. Real sick shit. He's executed after a quick trial. Justice wins again. Everyone's happy. But, surprise, some holy man raises him a couple of months later.
Death and rebirth. Holy man or foul necromancer.
Two sides of the same coin. In this situation, the bad guy did technically pay for his crimes. His life was taken by the state. Just because somebody gave it back to him doesn't change that fact, right? Well, people weren't too happy with that, as you can imagine. Thus, the common legal term these days for capital punishment is dip.
Dip. Death in perpetuity. Perpetuity. There we are.
Stands for death in perpetuity. Kind of funny when you think about it.
I follow the law, citizen. Makes total sense.
It does. The city of Norfolk might be a bit of a bureaucratic mess at times, but believe me, the lawkeepers know their shit. So to keep criminals dipped, most states tend to hide, lock up, or simply burn corpses and spread the ashes using non-resurrectable methods. So a properly dipped dead guy shouldn't be able to return without the use of some miraculous 9th level spell, which obviously these days isn't too likely.
You've surrendered to soup. Y'all, you hate to hear it. My VIP has been conquered by the soup? Jet, you were to consume the soup, not join it. This is sacrilege. Disappointing.
You underestimate my power!
That was supposed to be you, Jet. And yet... Wait a minute, is this the one?
Liar!
Nope. Oh, maybe I don't have it. Oh well. There we go. Soundboard's working though. I think. Was it working?
Hello there.
It was working, hell yeah. Sounds like your bird. Your bird is obsessed with soup? What is soup for a bird like? Well, I guess birds do regurgitate food to each other. Well, to their kids, right? To little baby birds. That's kind of a soup. In a gross way. Can you give me, let's wait on that. What about Charm Person? Because I have that.
Charm Person? Such a fascinating spell. Of course, all spellcasters are required to be registered in Norfolk. It's the same in all not completely chaotic city-states. There are certain spells that just are not allowed at all, like Fireball, as a popular example.
Fireball, a 3rd level evocation spell, causes fire to emerge at a given point, spreading within a 20-foot radius, filling up available space.
But Charm Person is, despite its devilish mind control, legal. If it is cast by a registered cleric, or city-hired interrogating mage. Private entities are not allowed to learn or cast it. Although, I could promise you, many still do.
People don't tend to like it when I cast Charm Person on them.
That's understandable. Folk tend to enjoy agency. Free will, you know, it's pretty popular. But if you ask me, it's overrated. People don't know what's best for them.
You won't go to bed without soup? Hot water. Is it just... Surely there has to be some sort of, like, actual broth or something birds could enjoy. If they like hot water, they gotta enjoy some type of step up from just hot water. What is bird soup? Somebody get on this. I'm telling you, there's money to be made. There's money to be made here. They haven't done it already. Crushed up seed. Seed soup. That sounds gross. I have questions about a PPG.
A permission of public gathering? Yeah, I think I know what you're getting at.
He throws a look over his shoulder. He is aware of the dwarf's plight. He finds the dwarves as annoying as you do. What would you look for if you're investigating a PPG?
Wording. Legalese can get pretty complicated, and a good barrister could twist that stuff into oblivion. Other than that, I'd check the basics. Name, spelling, dates. A single lithographic error can cause a landslide of troubles.
He smirks.
I know from experience.
Veggie soup? Occasionally chamomile tea? Does he get down with the tea? Is it noticeable in any way? Does he chill out? help him sleep? There's a fun thought. Drinking tea with your bird. A relaxing evening. By the side of Volt. The Asgol dwarves got an expired PPG.
Expired? Huh. Strange.
Why is that strange?
Just seems like such a strange mistake. Asgolists are known for many things, but making a mistake like that ain't one of them. I don't know. Just seems strange. Though if the dwarves got an expired document, they should leave. They have no legal right to be there.
We know what a PPG is. Can I have one? Why do I require one? I'm gonna ask.
Not from me. Ask Darrow.
Nicholas Darrow. Nicholas Darrow, chosen magistrate of Tolstad, a man known for little else than being the great-grandson of Borgo Darrow, the legendary right-hand man of Earth. Borgo Darrow, the first paladin of Earth, founded the Earth God as well as the illustrious Darrow bloodline, known for his bravery and inability to be damaged in battle. Died of heart attack at age 40. His passing is used as an example of the importance of aging men to keep track of cardiovascular disease. Loki. Why, this man walks. You don't call him Bastard Bird for nothing? It sounds like you need to spike that chamomile tea a bit, then.
Or maybe don't. Unless you've got some really important message to deliver to people.
Okay.
Yep.
How long does it take to get one?
A week, depending on your contacts and your pouch.
That's all.
I'm getting hungry. Should get a snack soon.
He stares off into the distance.
Oh, you were saying?
Yeah, you hear about that tea shop, my guy?
Yeah, of course. Pretty hard to miss when flying past Tolstad.
What's your take, Devil Man?
It blew up. Not sure what else you want to hear.
Why do you think it blew up?
Honestly, haven't seen a blast zone like that since the Coast War. And you didn't hear this from me, but...
The little fellow trusts you. He is your friend. That was a failure of a check, so...
The scorch box looked like those from a fireball, but not the kind you get from a trigger-happy pit fiend. We're talking high-level wizard stuff.
Pit fiends are known to cast third-level fireballs at will.
Be careful, cleric. Powerful forces are at work here. Thinking about it for a few more seconds makes it clear to me that it's all a big cover-up. Wouldn't be the first time a city-trained spellcaster goes a little off the hinge.
There is corruption in every system, even in the great city of Norvik.
Other than that, not to be self-incriminating or anything, but could be a fiend or an elemental. I mean, Waterlane has shipments from Gargamesh every other month. Maybe a fire elemental slipped through.
Gargamesh? One of 8 bands along the coast, a land of vast xeric shrublands and deserts, famous for its underground cities and oasis kingdoms,
Home of elementals, halflings, and the many planes touched in between. Yes. Who knows?
It can't be a cover-up. The city is honorable. Evil elementals on the loose.
That'd be a story, right? But I'd suggest having a chat with the owner of the tea shop. Who knows what feathers were ruffled, eh?
He gives you an ominous chuckle. Alright, I've been avoiding this one because it seems like the obvious, hey, manipulate and maybe steal my money. But, let's see. I still think he's been kinda... He's a straight shooter. He's well, let's see. Can you give me free legal advice?
Oh yes, I'll gladly assist a member of the Earth Guard any day. Just ask.
Oh. Okay, well, I may have drummed that up a little more than what it was. Alright. Citizen. Nod and leave. Well, he was a good guy. The Goblin Garden is ahead, you feel it. That's my gut talking. Hopefully that's somebody just sleeping there. Something's inside.
I'm here in the shadows.
Karth! Karth? Carl! Thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Look, KOTOR on my brain. Alright. Karth Onasi, is that you? A divine shrine. Perfect. I can't even... I'm hoping they're just asleep. I can't even, like, observe or behold them or anything. Oh, my light's going crazy. We did hit level 2. I could prepare... I don't know if I need to. Our wisdom modifier is kinda... It's kinda up there. It's not bad. I think, Healing Touch is actually just fine for us. What if I pray? Oh, right, the pray was the... Yeah, contemplate these things. Contemplate milk? No. No. Come on, contemplate milk. Fine. It comes from a cow. You like it. Many do not. Now contemplate something else. How dare you, Psyche? Do my stats love me? So that was kind of the irony of yesterday's stream. I was kind of on board for every stat but wisdom. And I didn't want to do some sort of like politics related background. So guess what happened when I hit randomize character? Oof. My best stat is wisdom, and we were a paper pusher for a politician. is our character, so a strong start, but we'll lean into it. We'll roll with it. We'll see what happens. Let's contemplate our fall into the river, shall we? It was not an accident. You are not so clumsy. But the question here is not why you fell. The question is, why do you live? I was thinking there was some lich nonsense going on. But our interaction, the successful Pillar of Jor interaction we had, it really seems like some sort of higher power just kicked us out of death. We came back. Might be off the mark, but we'll see. I know the song 18 in Life by Skid Row. Not by name. Maybe if I heard it. I'm terrible at song names, Jay, you know this. Quite musically illiterate. Go deeper. Meditate. Learn and study. That's kind of what the Pillar of Jor told us too. A dragon of Tolstad, a fameless goblin leader. Her reach sharp, her gaze strong. She wants you to investigate the tea shop and report to her. The content of that report will determine much.
Time for a little drinky poo.
Drinky poo?
Genitals.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me see if the bot's gonna play well. Is the bot playing well? Sorry, Jet. I'm sorry, I hate to break it to you, my man, but I think you immediately broke the bot again. The bot has not been doing too well for a hot minute now. I don't know what's going on with that. I'll have to try and take a look at it maybe on Saturday, yeah? Yeah, sorry, man. I tried. Contemplate the tea shop owner, yes. A bird folk on the run. His shop is in ruins. What sort of business did he conduct there? Not bad things to ponder on. Alright. I don't think I need to prepare the other spell. Oh, I got another spell slot too. Good stuff. So coming over this way made it sound... What is this? A shard. Yoink. They really are throwing these shards at me aplenty. 18 in life is such a banger. How dubious. It seems chat's of one mind. I'm still not convinced she ain't all just a single hive mind of some kind. An empty barrel. It wasn't empty. You lied to me, game. You lied. Alright, so we can't yap with everybody, it seems. Actually readable posters. They're still kind of old. Your eyes land upon a series of papers nailed into the wooden facade. Getting out information to people. How do you do it? One possible way. Papers nailed on random walls. You'd be surprised how effective it can be. Some of them are torn or unintelligible. Few catch your attention. This seems illegal. Advertisement requires strict approval from the government. Tear them down, rip them up. There's an owl on it? I like owls. S. Yellen and Sons, binders and lithographers. Everything from designing to engraving. Account, books, manufacturing. Water Lane Views, 6th. LW? Lane? Something? These guys might be able to fix up my damaged prayer book. Maybe? That'd be great. Oh. It seems intelligence and I see eye to eye. This place would fix your ruined spell book. It's a prayer book, and yes, this place could help with that. Look at the old one saying grand opening. You can barely read the faded lettering on this ink-printed flyer. Grand opening of the Stubborn Sphinx Brewery and Commercial Tavern, served without riddles, drunk with all charm. Pillar Crossing, second... whatever LW means. By the look of it, this tavern opened at least a year ago, maybe 2. A faded green hammer. A sun-faded symbol covers most of this large poster. It's a hammer, printed with green ink. Asgalists, those who share the plight of the common folk. Gather ye workers, Asgol said no gods above, no king below, only folk. Asgalists rally on the 22nd of March. TS, Circle Square. You can't just gather people like this. The city is surely against this type of erroneous collectivistic behavior. Strength, shut up. I was gonna go big Unga Bunga build, but here we are. Here we are being wise, I suppose. Rip down the posters and tear them to shreds is like a good man. Nah, we're alright. Is this also the same thing? Yeah. Same thing, but can't read those. Come on, light. They got bicycles here? A bike lane. Line. One bike stands out to you. A handful of bicycles are stationed at the local rack. Bicycle. A form of transport built upon the strength of your own 2 legs. True men race through the city streets to find their destiny. A bicycle is a tool for the common man to reach distances efficiently and safely. An invaluable tool for an egalitarian society. Bicycle. Bikes are nice. Bike racks are stationed in many places around the city. usually in locales with lots of stairs. There's a stillness here, an uncommon sight at the heart of the city. This particular bike is yours? I had a yellow bike. Looks like it's kind of weathered. Check the chain lock. You lean in, take a closer look. The rusty chain seems brittle, but wrapped so hard around the tire that it would be annoying to get it off, even if you had the key. Why would you wrap it like that? You should take better care of this magnificent bike. Good. No one will take your bike. Not even you, apparently. Wait, is my bike? Yes, you fool. Keep up. Sure is. Best way of travel in Norvik, except, of course, on this godforsaken island fortress. Where's the key? Not here. Could getting the key be a quest? That does sound like a quest you would get. Find the missing key. The mystery of the bike key. Something like that would be perfect. No quest to be found here, just sadness. Damn. The key is probably at the bottom of the river, along with the rest of your dignity. Thank you, intelligence. Yeah, hold on. When exactly did I come to Tolstad? On the 21st of March. Evening. Then you fell. This is as far as you came. Pain, sudden and striking. The hair at the back of your neck stands on end as you sense the sudden shift. I stumbled over the stone railing. Was I alone? Do I recall anything important? Yeah, this is what I would like to know. Was I alone? No. A shove in the dark, swift and deadly. An anti-city hate crime, if I ever saw one. I stumbled over the stone railing. Yes! Anything important, guys, maybe? You chained the bike. You stood up. Then pain. Sounded like an assassination attempt to me. I didn't trip over nothing. That's it. That's all I remember. Yes! Stop looking at the bike. Bikes are cool. You should ride your bike more. I agree, Charisma. Ma'am? Zerba. Tell me your secrets, Zerba. We know everything about Zerba. Dwarf Exile Level 1 Service Worker. They're lawful neutral. Alright, sounds like a winner. A girl born from an Asgalist wave in an Asgal household, come from a fallen Asgal state. She is an Asgalist. Dangerously shy. She needs good friends and better mentors. That is not you, by the way. She has a bright future ahead of her, no matter the path she ends up pushed along into. Alas, her agency is nowhere to be found. Not that she is looking for it. This is what their movement needs. All movements. A shy and terrified witness who will, at each turn, ask everyone around her to rethink their rash decisions. Extremely annoying, but nonetheless, very, very good for society. Feel kind of bad for her. Can I not help? Poor girl. Where is she? The dwarven girl gazes around the halfway bridge before her eyes land on you. She says nothing for a while, staring at you. No real reaction on her face. Hi, I'm the cleric. She looks around, clearly nervous. The cleric in you stirs with quiet confidence. You're scaring her. Stop it. By your presence alone. I'm waiting for a friend, but she hasn't shown up yet. I'm getting worried. Ooh, I can help with that. Get excited about a potential yet very minor quest. Oh, okay. She fidgets with her hands and clears her throat. This girl is neurotic and introverted. That's a mean way of phrasing it. But it is true. Her body language reveals all too much. She has glasses. She wears a green coat. She's a human, but not that much taller than me. We were supposed to meet up here, but she hasn't shown up yet. I'll go look for your friend with the glasses. Thanks. I don't spend much time on Tolstead alone, so I'm a bit lost. So, thanks. Citizen? Is she in the trash? No. What is this? The halfway bridge. It connects with the palace and the rest of the southern Norvik. Okay. We'll keep our eyes peeled. Also, this place does open up and spiral out. I need to try and stay on track. We were heading over here, I believe. Let me talk to these guys first. Maybe? Nope. What is this? The rough letters spell out, Our Lady's Apartments. Okay. It was over here where our gut reacted, right? Oh, come on now. Can't talk to you. Can definitely talk to you, though. Snell. Oh, hey, it's the cover art guy, yeah? Oh my god, Nat 20! We know everything about Snell! Goblin Forest, level 3 rogue. He's neutral good. Snell's a bang-up guy? Alright. This goblin gets shit done, no matter the odds. Highly competent, but with a craving of validation. Just look at the way he dresses himself. He doesn't work for himself or any ideal. This goblin devotes his life for his lady, no different from a religious nut. A lone wolf, cares too much, won't let anyone close. Old trauma? Got rejected? Family trouble? Who knows? Huh. Alright. So, it's not really a tragic backstory, but you get it now. He's a yearner. He yearns! He yearns, chat! He's one of you. The type to hopelessly throw himself into his work for the sake of some greater good. An idealist. A romantic. In the most goblin sense of the word. Self-sacrificing. Dreaming. There's a twinkle in his eyes you catch sometimes. A string attached to a destiny. One with few frays. Maybe you could trust him. Maybe he could be a friend. Oh my god! I might be a little bit of a Snell. Maybe. Maybe? He's got good decks. And he can definitely talk better than I can. But that's about all he's got. He's also level 3. That's alright. Damn, a nat 20 on Snell. And all we learned is basically he's a homie. What's up, Snell? You find a goblin standing at the tip of Tolstad. You have most of the map memorized due to your 16-hour playtime? Well, I'm just starting out myself, but it opens up much faster than what it seems like, because so far the paths have been quite... It's definitely a, restricted city feel type thing. It's kind of surprising how much pathways we have available to us, though, right out the get-go. Behind him, a vast view of the mouth of River Torna. A little weasel. Shut up, Strength. Snell's a homie. Oh, God. What voice do I give Snell?
Let me guess. You're the cleric?
The cleric, yes. Yes, I am the cleric. That's me. He nods, looking tired and annoyed. Others are starting to notice the cleric in your step. I'm getting so much XP for being the cleric.
I'm Snell, runner and handler of the HWBT. Old lady's been waiting for you. This old lady must be his chieftain, the matriarch of his tribe.
Greet the goblin kindly. This is the beginning of a great cultural cooperation and exchange. Right, time to mingle with the lesser cultures. God, charisma. One of those goblin salutes would indeed be perfect here. Squat down. Hello, little goblin. Oh, God. Perform a traditional goblin salute. This is obviously not a good idea since charisma failed it. He's our best companion. From landing the nat 20, he sounds like a winner. He sounds like just a good guy through and through. All right, Snell. I kind of want to do it anyway. Nice to meet you, Snell. You raise your arms up into the air as one should when greeting an uncivilized tribal goblin.
He's being charmed, of course. Cleric, what are you doing?
Don't you understand? I'm respecting your culture, goblin. All right, let's not dig the hole too deep. We fumbled. I think we would have the wisdom to try and back out of this situation. Sorry. The goblin clears his throat. The goblin looks around, clearly struggling to find the right words. Sleep deprived?
Okay, right. Head down to the garden throne, but,
He waves his claw towards you.
what's all this? You look like a human shit.
He is making a playful jab. Don't worry about it. The gall, you should teach him a lesson.
I died and I was reborn.
Look, I'll be honest with him. I fell into a river, man. He gives a shocked laugh.
Wait, really?
It's fine. Somebody fished me up.
Lucky you, I suppose. Just dust yourself off. The dragon's waiting, and trust me, you don't want to disappoint her.
Even further. Is she spooky?
Yeah, real scary. Insult her and she'll bite your head off. Then she'll scorch your corpse to dust.
A jest, I'm sure. He laughs and crosses his arms.
But seriously, she will fuck you up if you annoy her.
Not a jest. Tell me more about this lady.
Sure. For starters, she's the most powerful woman in Norvik. And considering there was an explosion yesterday right in the middle of her territory, I think it's about time you do your damn job, cleric.
Rude. You are on a holy mission. You cannot rush such things. Oh, we don't need to... He clearly cares about his lady, right? We don't need to, try and pick a fight. Butt heads already. Lead me to her.
Good. But just to make it perfectly clear, some ground rules. Don't say anything stupid, Don't climb trees. Stay away from the edges and,
He grins, showing off his polished fangs.
Enjoy the garden, cleric.
The goblin scurries down the stairs. He seems to be in a hurry. Why do they celebrate Christmas at Hogwarts? 'Cause they're British, Jet. I guess. He is nervous. That makes you nervous. She's just another warlord fighting over scraps. Don't let her get to you. You look out over the river. The cold Ascani wind seeps through the cracks of your helmet. Earth be blessed, he is always with you. We go down the stairs. You do so with great stride. Yeah, sure. Alright, strength. What is? The sacred river fights against the red rocks. Okay. These railings follow the Safety Council standards of 22. Thank you, intelligence. Mushroom lady? Person? Neswicala, Nesson of the Green. Behold! Oof. They're an elf. Unbothered, moisturized, happy, in her lane. If only we could all say the same, you know? That's great for her. Ma'am? At the top of the garden lookout, you see a strange creature hunched over. She's making potions. Potion, any magical substance ingested for temporary effects. Underneath a large red hat, her drooping gaze slowly glides towards you. Not a hat. She's got an actual mushroom growing out of her skull. What? The elf drops a final piece of mushroom into the bowl on the table and gives you a creepy grin. Nice corner you got here. Slowly, and in an appropriately dramatic fashion, she widens her eyes to reveal piercing red pupils. And her grin widens even more. Somehow. Her expression leaves your legs weak, and not in a good way. Ears, white hair, ashen hue, and those eyes. An elf? Aren't they rare? In your days, you've only seen a handful of these gangly freaks. The city holds many folk, but elves are both few in numbers and seldom intermingle with lesser races. But look at her. This is no elf of Ilum. This is an elf of Pimia. The elven enclaves who live on the Undercoast, also known as Dark Elves, although that's a bit on the nose. Hello, elf. You hear a guttural chuckle leave her lips. A man delves into the garden, his sights set on the mysterious below. Are you that man? Am I that man? More or less. Creepy. She trying to intimidate you? I'm a man, baby! Oh, a man's man. Exotic. The elf stammers, can't even speak good. The elf does not as much stammer as she tastes some words more than others. They taste like purple. Not a speech impediment, it has her undercoast accent seeping through. She turns around, her red eyes glimmering beyond a mist of spores. Ness Wikala of the Green. Call me Neeson. I am underling to Herevant of Vidana. A legendary archdruid of the Undercoast, known for keeping balance, which usually means stopping any proper seafaring civilization from taking hold of the Dark Archipelago. The Dark Archipelago, the thousands of islets, and or speleothems found across the Undercoast? My god. Of course, a druid. As you look into her eyes, you can feel it. She communes with nature itself on the regular. You're a druid. Prove it. Aside from the fact that a literal mushroom's growing out of your head. She just gives you a goofy smile. I don't see how I could prove as such more than I currently do. She points to her head. You see? That's what I'm saying, game. I've spent my days handling primal forces. That which grows and decays. Primal. One of the three pillars of magic. It is represented in the natural, wild, savage, and elemental forces of yore. It cannot be controlled, only bargained with. Do you know much of it? It's about nature spirits, right? Like warlockism. Spirits do inhabit all living things. Although, compared to making a deal with some fiend, I can promise you trees are much more austere. She lowers her gaze for what you realize is the first time since she's raised it. I would like to hear your tale, human. There's much to be learned from your folk and your settlement in this band. Settlement? It's a great city-state, not some lone village. She speaks as though the Earthfolk's 60-something years of civilization building is nothing but a footnote in her history books. Earthfolk, the people of Earth, the ancestors of those who reconquered the Ascani coast, true mythological heroes. How sustainable is your lifestyle? You mean me in particular or my people? Both, or either. She presses down a mushroom in her bowl, sending a puff of spores into the air. I love how sending, this is not what sending is, but sending, a third-level evocation spell commonly used as direct communication between powerful individuals, city-states, or arcanists. The Norvikian Sending Office employs many clerics for the express purpose of casting sending across the coast. And a sending office is like a post office, but with magic. Magic chat. Sustainable? How do you replenish the resources you consume? And if you do not, how many years until depletion? I should know that. I do not mean an exact number of hours or even years until you run out of your natural resources. Just an approximation. And perhaps a toll of the impact on others in your vicinity. Is that all? You want an answer now? If you have it. But there is no stress. Yeah, I'll think on it. The elf speaks of the realm. How long until your way of life collapses? To keep one balanced with the primal forces of the land is the only just way to live. You would say that, Wisdom. What was the question again? Earth folk will eventually chew through this land and be forced to expand. We live in balance here in this city. Don't know, don't care. I personally could live on an apple a day. That's pretty sustainable, right? Also, I don't think we actually could. We need a little more calories than just an apple. But surely she'll like that. Oh, that's not good at all, human. Your kind requires much more sustenance. Yeah. So you're no fooling her. A true statement. Please consume food. Not this guy. Pose with your thumbs up in the air. Your legs tremble. Oh no. She shows you a worried expression. Care for yourself. Do not let the idealization of a goal hinder a healthy lifestyle. Hell yeah. She gives you some of the mushrooms from her bowl. Aw. She's kind. Please, eat. It is the hedonists say. It is as the hedonists say. Hedonists and Arcanists movement spawned towards the end of the Coast War. They dealt with abyssal forces and somehow published The Hedonists, an instructional booklet that made its way across the coast. Listen to your empty stomach. She is well read, even if it is an Arcanist rubbish. Or anarchist. Anarchist, rather. Have I been saying Arcanist this whole time? Anarchist rubbish. She places a palm against the rough floor. Ophidiana has helped keep the undersea from being overtaken by unbalancing powers. Demigods, fiends, celestials. You're your human arcanists. Each creates a power that not only overtakes the primal, they do so with ease. That great war your kind waged upon one another delayed it, but I do certainly believe it is inevitable. She speaks of the unsustainable nature of magic. Humans barely exist anymore. We're almost extinct. Yeah, we got that lore tidbit yesterday. Humans are like devastated in this setting. We've lost a lot of people. Nature always survives. The primal stuff should just get stronger then. So, a skill issue, you know? Nature best get tough. Yeah, look, lady, we ain't doing so hot. Fair. Your kind might be an offshoot of a much more dominant force. But you still hold great power in this band. Do not forget that. Never will. She takes a deep and deliberate breath. Now, enough of complicated topics. Tell me, human, do you have a mate? The elf speaks of nature as a close ally. You should... Wait, what did she just ask? Well? Your cheeks clench. No, not good. She's flirting with me. Calm down. This is not a hostile situation. Elaborate? Of course. I apologize if I was vague, human. I only mean most humans in this settlement group in pairs. I wondered if those of your kind do the same, form such long-term committed partnerships. She did not have ill intent in her original inquiry. I'm the cleric. I go solo. Chastity belt and all, as our god demands. Yeah, we rolled poorly on that observation check for sure. Didn't humans also genocide the goblins? I want to say there was something we read that the humans did. Was it about goblins? I'm a little foggy. The humans have quite the stretch of lore that we read yesterday with the wars that went on, and it was against a lot of things when they did the reconquest. Really devastated the numbers of the human population. But also, it was trolls. I think it was trolls. And then something else. Might have been goblins. I think it was a handful of things, honestly. They went to war against most things. Ah, she lowers her mushroom cap in size. I see. It is the same here then. The path of an esoteric guardian is to be alone. You're never alone, even when it feels like you are. The elf starts adding some kind of oily liquid to her mushroom bowl. It's just olive oil, cheap brand. If this old elf can guide you in any way, make it so. She pities you and your hungry stomach. Oh hell, I'll take it. Show your primal attunement. Barely made it. You kneel. You need to prove it. Your attunement to nature. Interesting, yes. She places the bowl from her desk to the ground before you. You must show what you've learned in your studies. The primal forces are complicated, but you can still sense the tingle of your strings through every branch and mushroom. Your strings, the ley lines of esoteric power that holds the realm together. Hold your hand over her bowl. As you reach out, the elf hums. She then moves the bowl even closer to you. You've attempted this before. It did not go well. You believe. That is all you require. Magic is not an exact science, despite what the instructors in the towers used to tell you. The esoteric in your realm does not conform to rules. That is the only rule they truly follow. Now feel the oily mushrooms inside this bowl, the strings within them, around them. Grab one of them, change it. Twist a string. Oh? At first, nothing. Then a twinge. Whatever you touched, it is connected with the spores, the growth, the decay. You did little, but you did something. The elf nods. What did I do? You ruined my brew. It's fine. Listen. Oh. Oops. She laughs. You caused the fungi in the bowl to change acidity. It's subtle, but it's there. You performed an act of druidcraft, human! I did? She gives you a lecherous smirk. Neeson grabs the bowl and pours the mushy mushrooms onto the ground. The contents wriggle before you. I made the mushrooms come to life? She looks up, reassuring you. No. They are supposed to move like that. You did not perform that big of an esoteric feat. Not yet, at least. She chuckles and puts the bowl back on her desk. Perhaps you can be one human I share knowledge with, if that is what you wish. Yes! I love plants. Give her a thumbs up. Very well. Uh-oh. What do you want to know, human? Class conflict updated? Primal kin? Look, man, I got one stat. And it's wisdom. If I can go druid and make use of it, by God, I will. Yeah, also because being able to talk to animals is kind of like the greatest thing ever, so I want to learn how to speak with animals. That shouldn't be too hard. Oh. Oh shit, that was quick. Here, a spell scroll to get you started. Speak with animals, a first-level divination spell. Grants you the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts. These conversations can be surprisingly insightful. Cast it when you have an animal to speak with, and you should be able to hold a conversation as long as you can keep up. It is druidcraft, really? I would call it a most useful path of communication with nature. It can be used for many a thing, but for you, I would suggest focusing on the basics. Use it to move peacefully through the roots, and to show your balanced nature to those primal spirits who roam below. Okay. Can druids create magical food, perhaps? Certainly. There's a spell that would be very useful for you since you're on the run all the time. Good apple. It creates 5 apples. Each can feed a grown man for a full day. Although, considering your diet, you could probably down a couple. Oh! I love apples. Apples, huh? Smirk. What? Also, we're wearing a helmet. Does anyone actually see us smirk or make gestures with our facial features or anything? Apples, huh? Smirk? I don't have that spell scroll, sorry. But I do seem to remember. I handed one to Moongore. She might keep one in the Roots of Poo. Roots of Poo? That's unfortunate naming if I've ever heard it. Moongore? Oh, I've met her. Bugbear, right? Yes, indeed. How wonderful. She really needs more socializing down there. Such a lovely woman. Quite the bite on her. The elf is quite the provoker. Horrible. How can I get that good apple spell scroll? Are these apples real? This is the actual question. Are they real apples or are they fake? Fake magic things. They're real. I've customized the spell myself in the process of helping Sage Leaf's apple strains down here. Magically created, yes, but real. Okay, how do I get that scroll? Just tell her I sent you. Moongore and I are friends, you see. Oh, damn, that makes it easy for me. Good. Can nature protect me? Of course, with bark skin. I do have a spell scroll of it, but it's down in the roots, below the garden. If you pass by, take it. I keep a cache hidden underneath Lord Pooh. Lord Pooh? Pooh is Elvish for tree. Ah. Some kind of animated tree, I suppose. Something like that. We have a password. Just say... Wait a minute. Minun sexikas puni? And he'll open right up? That sounds awfully Finnish. And I think it's slightly... look, my Finnish isn't that great, but that sounds almost naughty. Minun sexikas puni. That sounds naughty to me. Shawnee, I know you know Finnish. Well, you're Finnish for hell, for fuck's sake. Is that naughty? It means my sexy tree? Yeah, that's Finnish, all right. That's the most Finnish thing imaginable. My sexy tree. I gotta try and get a gal to say that to me. Woo-hoo. Hubba. Pooh is Elvish for poop? It's tree! Of course they made Finnish Elvish. Why wouldn't they? It's about as hard as trying to learn Elvish. Damn language. You can have the other stuff inside as well, since Sage Leaf wants you to succeed. Oh. Great, thanks. You're welcome. She gives you a creepy smile. Just give the password and he'll grant you access. This game. Hilarious. What are these primal forces? Nature. Her face says it is self-explanatory. That includes, but is not limited to, elements, life, anything that grows, really. It is that which exists at the core of all. But even after alterations, it remains within. Generally speaking, a clump of ore will be more primal than a forged blade. In short, the primal emerges from natural energies. Decent explanation. What differs primal from arcane and divine forces? She squints and stares at you for a while. The answer to that could be many. I would lean towards saying that they differ in only origin. But that origin makes all the difference in the world.
How so?
I do not know. It is like forces that flow through your strings. Some flow from divine sources, some flow from natural, primal sources. While the arcane, it is more like plucking those strings themselves, editing the rules, something like that.
She gives you a slow nod.
Thank you, Mushroom Lady. That's all the magic questions for now. You're very welcome, human.
Damn, dude. She helped us out immediately.
Where do I use this password? Yeah, she said there would be a tree as we go deeper. Everything we've encountered early on, especially the big one, I think the biggest thing, was successfully doing the check on the Pillar of Yore. The Pillar of Yore was like a peek into the opening of the game and also things at large. And it was telling us, like, look, you gotta go down. You have to descend. You have to go deeper. So I assume the tree is just going to be us as we progress deeper into whatever direction is downward for us. I don't know what exactly we're heading towards down there, but as we go. What do you know about the tea shop? Only what the roots whisper to me. The elf leans closer, twisting her head to the side. Oh, well, here we go. You must delve deep, human. Something rotten happened that day. The green quakes. They fear what's to come. They whisper.
Oh. Do they whisper anything useful?
She leans back and lets out a resigned sigh. You do not speak with trees often, do you? You should stop and listen more. So you were here when it exploded? No, I was much further below. And what do the goblins whisper about? That the city is at fault. That Lady Sageleaf should take over. The usual. Yeah, what do you think happened then? I will not deliberate on things I have no knowledge about. Smart lady. Refreshing sentiment, yeah. Wise, even. You're welcome.
What are you voting in the election?
I am not a citizen of Norvik.
According to city law, universal suffrage includes any inhabitants of Norvikian soil as of the 1st of Ingarmi, 26.
How long have you lived here? About a year. How so?
That makes you a citizen then, citizen.
Oh. She's taken aback by these news. Don't I get a say in that?
The flat out no is not us. We're with a wisdom stat like we got, we're, a little more sensitive than that. I'm sure if you don't tell the government, you're probably fine.
Then perhaps I won't. Thank you, human.
You don't look like an elf. She kinda do. For the most part.
What do elves look like? Elves are monstrous. Elysium elves are tree-like. Emea elves are simply gray.
I suppose there are many kinds of elves.
She nods. We do not call ourselves that, but to your people, yes, I am an elf. Emea.
She closes her eyes. Oh my god, more Finnish?
Emea yo oli tauna tahtia.
Damn game, don't make me speak Finnish. Or Butcher trying to speak Finnish.
Pimia yo oli tauna tahtia. God, we are the elves of stars.
Stars, the occurrence of distant celestial bodies appearing upon the sky.
If Antisepilian witnesses are to be believed, many old worlds had skies filled with thousands of these gleaming lights. Antisepalian, old Dimenorian term meaning before the closing of the gates, used to refer to those who lived before the end of the gate era, exactly 2027 years ago. I'm saying 2027 like that's how, you know. That's next year, y'all. The closing. Oh, this is intelligent. The closing, a term for the closing of the gates. The event which ended the gate era occurred exactly 2027 years ago. The dark night was filled with stars, quite poetic. Why is the magic mushroom lady speaking Finnish? I'm assuming because, I believe you also verified this yesterday. I'm assuming because the Swedish designer may have possibly had some Finnish co-workers, potentially? Or maybe they themselves know Finnish. Is it oh god, there's a scary thought. I think he's a Swedish-speaking Finn. He lives amongst us. This guy's basically my neighbor. I need to go out and buy this guy a drink. Any questions? You speak Elvish! Impressive! I love that Elvish is just Finnish, man. She looks to the side, then back to you. Your grasp on the human tongue is remarkable as well. Exactly, she's an elf. Why is that impressive? She's too kind. Do your people have a great civilization below? No. I believe your people would call us nomads. So you're from the Undercoast. How do I get there? Holes and tunnels. There are more than enough, even within viewing distance. Though I'd recommend gaining Lady Sageleaf's approval first. I don't like elves. I got no problems. This lady has done so much for us already. I gotta go whisper your sexy tree and get loot. Swedes and Finns working together. Cats and dogs napping in the same space. Pandemonium. Chaos. Virkala. Slightly Finnish sounding name. Uh-huh. It's Nesvikala. Vikala, yes. I got other questions, ma'am. Great. I don't think this does anything. What do you want to know? Yeah, we already asked all this. All right. Oh, that's actually all. Goodbye. Wow. That was extremely productive. Crazy dude. Oh, I see Snell. What if I go over here? Those before left many holes in the Bukurun. Nobody wants the app? I guess that's the dragon over there? And also a very jacked looking goblin. Makes Snell look tiny. You want the Swedish meatballs? Everyone's crazy for the IKEA meatballs. they're fine. But they're like, it's kind of crazy also how much they have like a huge amount of popularity. All right, I guess I'll eat an apple. Even a few. I want to equip. I gotta equip. Speak to animal. I want to talk to these rats. I know these rats have something to say. They don't just give up and agree to being picked up for no reason. They have secrets, and I will know them. Schnell. The dragon herself. She minds if I... Oop. A not-so-tiny dictator. The goblin glares at you with his muscles. Viskin's Lich House must be located within these walls, just a bit further up. I see. So could I have bumbled my way? Well, we'll find out. I have to run around, Schnell. You approach him below a sprawling tree. The well-dressed goblin stands proud beside his master. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead, cleric. With a proud smirk, he motions toward the wooden throne. Much of his personhood hinges upon that throne and its owner. Such a little weasel. You should stand before the throne, address her court. Okay then. Let us behold! Pretty alright. Damn, if we got a DC 30? Okay. Oh my god, she's level 18? Oh my god, she's a monster! Alright, she's earned her title. Lady Sageleaf, level 18 chieftain. Something is very wrong. Her eyes are striking your soul. Hold on to that feeling or you will be consumed. She wields power you could only dream of, yet her actions betray her nature. Evil? Good? Is selfishness for one's own tribe the defining trait? Man, I wish we hit the 20 check. Look at her stats, dude. That's a scary lady. Don't rise, get her ire provoked. She will absolutely just do a backbreaker and snap us in half like a twig. Oof. Alright. Alright, Lady Sageleaf. I see your game. I respect it. You approach the throne. The sprites flutter, their glow illuminating the trunk of this great tree, its roots reaching far below, its branches holding up the dirt ceiling above. Oh, well, and then once we got the drawing of her, she's just a little gobbo. She's a little gremlin energy, that's all. On the throne sits a tiny goblin. Her smirk as bright as it is threatening. Her eyes follow you with an intensity. Reminds you of a certain pale man. So this is the dragon. Yes, I can see it. Her glare is magnificent. God, what's her name gonna be? Her voice, rather.
Cleric of Norvik, of earth and river.
A shrill voice echoes out through the chamber. She's talking to you. You're the cleric.
I was assured by your masters. The top brass of the palace itself.
Her words are tainted in disdain. Her voice causes you to shiver.
They told me a cleric of the highest standing would arrive within the hour. So tell me, human.
You should run. No, wait, you can't. But you should.
Why am I sitting here waiting?
An immense presence. You have no power here. Every word you say here could have a profound impact on the rest of this quest of yours. My masters are idiots? Yeah, look. Apologies, lady. Her frown turns into a weary expression.
Whatever.
She does not feel like mauling you now. Mauling. Maul. Yeah, there we go. Mauling you. Hers is a frightful presence. Frightful presence. Some powerful creatures have auras that cause fear to those near. To fail means succumbing to mindless terror, along with other annoying effects. Thank you, intelligence. You need to stand. Do not let her impact your stature. You can't take this much longer. You need to get out of here. Do not become frightened. Do not. Come on, we got a +3. Hey, all right. All right. You brace your entire being as you meet her glare. With trembling innards, you resist. Such an incredible aura emanating from this creature. It must be esoteric in nature. She lifts her chin.
You stand. Good.
She's not impressed, just happy you did not completely lose your mind. The dragon leans on her armchair, letting out an exhausted groan.
It is vexing to watch my streets descend so far. Are you even aware, cleric? A local business caught up in an inferno, in the middle of the day, right on Pillar Road. My road!
The way she says that causes you to tremble.
And yet, Magistrate Darrow,
She spits out the name like it's a curse word.
He alone believes the Halfway Bridge tribe does not have jurisdiction over this particular location.
She appears to have been stewing over this annoyance for some time. Her anger is pure and intense. She's trying to reel it in. Why does Darrow say that?
Because he is a fool born out of nepotism and alcohol.
Horrific slander! The magistrate, I guess he would. I guess technically he speaks for the city, even if I'm not partial to it, but kinda he does, right? Also, that seems like it's kind of picking a fight. The goblins are part of the city, so let's not do that. Where's your usual jurisdiction? She leans back and picks something from between her fangs.
I have an official recognition of law on Lower Tolstad.
The definition of that has always been vague. Some see it as anything below ground, some as below water level. I kind of want to do this just to see. It feels like it might be kind of poking the bear, but let's find out. The magistrate speaks for the city. She claps her hands together.
See? This is what I've been dealing with. Blind faith in a failing system.
She lets out a frustrated groan. It feels like the roar of a lion. Yeah, that's kind of how I took that. Honestly, she didn't react too harshly towards us for it, though. Maybe it's not all bad. And where exactly is the tea shop located? She glares at you.
It is, or was, rented out of a corner of the central fort, just above the holes next to the pillar.
The holes, a common slang for the central spire of apartments in Tolstad. The lower ones are less fancy. She snaps her fingers towards the goblin to her right.
That means it's a part of the core foundation of this island fortress. Therefore, that property is legally on an underground rental unit, he says, bowing his head. Lady, my people have been handling that damn crow's contract for years. But no, suddenly when the entire unit goes up in flames, that's when my people no longer have the right to enter the premises, to deal with it, to clean up even. No. Suddenly it is the city's business, and we should keep our noses out of it. Corruption, plain and simple.
I'm just here to do my job, lady. No, it sounds shady. Her sharp glare stabs you.
Normal business in Norvik. And don't get me started on the actual effect this has on my people. Snell,
she says and beckons towards the comely goblin. He approaches the roots and takes a bow.
Lady Sageleaf.
Then he turns to you.
The magistrate says it was an accident involving a fireplace failure. They've yet to send anyone in to actually investigate the scene.
How can you know that?
What?
Shit. Something broke. You talk if he does so what? Say fast. Oh god. Embarrassing, you're screwing up. Yeah, I guess I wasn't the right thing. Oops. Sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say, how can you know that? So now I double down on it. He glances toward his lady.
We've kept an eye on it. The explosion occurred on the 21st of March, just past noon. 3 minor injuries were reported in the area. Luckily, foot traffic was low at the time of the incident. So despite that massive kaboom, no dead folk.
Who were the injured?
We only managed to get one name in the chaos. A certain Frank, son of Frank, was said to have walked away with lesser birds.
That's the sort of prefix used by Earth folk. A human, most likely. It is honorable to name a son after the father.
He was apparently dressed in a fancy yellow outfit, whatever that means. Beyond that, we have some conflicting accounts. One person said, quote, "He looked like one of them dungeoneers, you hear? A real adventuring man," end quote. Another said he was looking to get out of trouble, heading right down the stairs to Water Lane.
Dungeon or water lane? Both sound like trouble. Dexterity. Dexterity is always going to fail. It is our worst stat, and it's not going to improve. We're never doing anything to patch it. Frank, son of Frank?
Yeah.
That's a fake name.
Uh-huh.
A dungeoneer?
If you believe it, that comment was from one of the militia members. Could be smart to check the city below just in case, despite the dangers.
Down to water lane?
Yeah, seems like he was heading in that direction, though down could mean a number of things, Water Lane included.
A fancy yellow outfit? We've seen a fancy yellow outfit. The mortician, what's his name? Vitrol? Something like that? That was quite yellow.
I'm assuming some type of Reedsian fashion.
Was he inside at the time?
I doubt it, he says, considering the state of the building.
Yeah, why was he there?
We don't know.
He is annoyed to have to answer that question. Well, where is he now?
We don't know.
Sounds like you were handed a tough hand.
Yeah. Although one of the militia members mentioned him just calmly walking away down the stairs. Maybe down to the crossing, or somewhere else. We don't know.
Anything else you do know? Snell gives a nervous look to his master before answering you.
We have theories, but we need proof.
The lady raises her claw.
The unveiling has begun, cleric.
Secrets in the ashes.
Corruption. Madness.
She claws at her wooden throne.
Politics.
Rambling of fools. Bureaucracy wears her down.
This is clearly the work of a rogue spellcaster, someone who cannot go unpunished.
Justice, yes! A spell would indeed be the only logical answer for such destruction. I will bring justice to Norvik. Can't he deal with it? Point at Snell. Let's not throw Snell under the bus yet. Not until we got to become friends first. Then we can throw him under the bus. Yeah? Needs to get a level of, understanding and appreciation for things. Isn't there an anti-magic task force we can call? Isn't that us, basically? Yeah, look. I will bring justice to Norvik.
I certainly hope so.
Lady clears her throat loudly.
I formally declare a joint venture. The Halfway Bridge Tribe and the Earth God City Cleric shall investigate the tea shop on Pillar Road and bring justice to those who seek to harm the peace. No creature, foul or fair, shall escape my rage.
The words seep out from her maw, burning the air. Every goblin in the chamber looks upon her in awe. She is theirs to serve. The dragon has spoken. Well, let's just nod. You got it, lady. She looks upon you with a grim expression. The goblin is worried. Her hope is that you step it up and take on this investigation properly. Her fear is that you'll screw it up legendarily. We'll see. We'll see.
Snell,
she says, waving towards him.
Yes, Lady Sageleaf,
he says, bowing his head.
You're the handler of this case. You've worked on it since the explosion. You know more than anyone. I want you to represent the tribe in this venture.
His face lights up.
A goblin and a cleric. Together you will have access to both Upper and Lower Tolstad.
His expression is that of shock. He did not expect this.
Do not disappoint me, Snell.
It appears you've received a party member on your divine mission. Sad it had to be a damn goblin. Strength, you need to rein that in, man. I've always wanted a goblin of my own. That's also not the thing. A new member to the party? He ignores you. The goblin takes a deep bow.
Yes, Lady Sageleaf, your will be done.
The evil forces at work will be vanquished. Huzzah! The craziness that you can just lean into, like, being really racist to goblins. And after, well, I don't know. Maybe you fail or you don't bother to inspect her. But the idea of, like, trying to piss him off after seeing how godly she is. Oh, God. Yeah, look. We could be a little goofy. We're not charismatic. This would not make her feel better and also would not probably inspire Snell much. But it gives him a proper impression of us. The evil forces at work will be vanquished! Huzzah! Miska Shadeleaf looks at you the way one observes kitchen mold.
This guy, he's the one. Just keep him in line. First priority is the tea shop. We need to gain access.
Your new goblin companion gives you a quick wave.
Let's go, cleric.
Snell has joined as a companion. You can speak with him if you need help finding your way across Tolstead. The lady is keeping information from you. You should investigate the tea shop thoroughly. And we should also look for that witness.
Yeah, our Frank, dressed in yellow.
He winces. Either over on Water Lane or down in the city below.
Yeah, the port or the dungeon. I'd suggest the port, since it's slightly less life-threatening, generally speaking.
How do I gain access to that tea shop?
Talk to your boss, Darrow. Or, I guess he's not your direct boss or whatever. But you'll need to get an audience with him if you want to get inside the tea shop.
Right. And where is this tea shop again? The goblin sighs.
You know the massive pillar reaching endlessly up into the sky? Yeah, just west of that.
The pillar is the centerpiece of Norvik, a glorious esoteric monument, one Earth gladly kept in his new city post-reconquest. I like you already, Snell. I got a nat 20 on you, Snell. I can read you through and through. And you know what? You seem like a stand-up guy.
Yeah, mutual, for sure.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Neat. Our very own goblin, yes. Miska. It's like Yaku. All these crazy Finnish words they're throwing around. I can't escape it. Bad enough that I live in it. Now it's invading my game. Oh. XP break. Ah, hey, it was. Okay. Interesting. Hey, Snell, you got anything to say about this? I guess not. Alright, first things first. Nope, not behold. Prepare spells. Up to 6 creatures of your choice that you can see within range each regain hit points equal to 2d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. Ooh. Oh, I can do it all. I got big spells. Druidcraft. Whispering to the spirits of nature, you create a tiny, harmless sensory effect that follows you. This effect allows you to engage with primal entities that would otherwise hide from your presence. Uh-huh. But that's just... we always have our cantrips, right? I don't have to prepare that. Yeah. Groovy. Alright, and now... Speak with animals! no reason to cast that spell. What do you mean? There totally is a reason. A reason being, this little feller. I could probably wear this. Is he visible anywhere? I don't see him. I wanna be able to speak to him. I want to speak to the little feller. Alright, what is going on here? Take root? What does this mean? A dozen dwarves and an orc walk into a tavern. The orc turns to the tavern keep and says, "Hey, give me a large one." The tavern keep says, "Please don't turn this into a joke. These are real people you're talking about." Yeah, what's going on here? Let me continue. So, the dwarves go, "The dwarves have struggled as a minority for decades. They deserve respect, nothing less. The political struggle is never a joke." No, really, what's going on? Yeah, like, what is happening right now? "You're divided, but a truth will be achieved." Ah. Whatever. Look, the gist of the story is, the orc is hard at work, improving this shitty little city. The dwarves are annoying and stupid. Got it? You believe for a second the orc wants this city to improve? No. You've seen too much to ever believe such a lie. This is some kind of debate, eh? Kind way to put it. The revolutionary Freestrider will bring freedom, democracy, and riches to Norbik. Last part being the most poignant. Let us focus on each of those points, one at a time. Oh, come on. Freedom. Freestrider rule would entail joining the Free City Alliance. Local politics will be focused entirely upon serving the core cities and reeds and the interest of the trade company. Democracy. While it is true that they initiated the move towards universal suffrage, the Freestriders are known for both ruthlessly pushing propaganda to vulnerable folk, as well as just simply buying votes. This is fact. Ridiculous. Riches. The claim that Freestriderism would somehow enrich the folk of Norbik is actually ridiculous. What kind of riches are being distributed to the lower class of the city, with the already Freestrider-owned factories? This is silly. Without Freestriders, you'd probably be a farmer. Who the fuck wants to be a farmer? Farming is good. Healthy work. It's a simple life. Don't change the subject. Do you two never shut up? Not really. Fair enough. I feel like I should make a decision here. Choose a feat. Yes, you must retain the spirit of the Asgalian Revolution. After completing a quest branch, you can allow it to take root in your mind. When doing this, you must make a choice between available feats. Take a deep breath and stand up against the ever-growing wave of capitalism. You should choose Asgalian spirit and speech. With this feat, you restore 1 hit point for every hour that passes. Greed ain't so bad. To be able to unlock a better life for yourself, who wouldn't want that? You should choose Money Talks. With this feat, you gain 50% more crowns on pickup. Alright. I often say, when it comes to like D&D stuff, just lean into playing your character, right? It is admittedly difficult for me when it comes to a system like this, not to just take the thing that seems like it's more functionally practical and good for me. But I do want to try and play the character. And our character's been a bit of a bleeding heart. We got high wisdom. We're trying to, be a little empathic. We're seeing the actual plight to problems and wanting to be thoughtful with that. So Asgalian's spirit and speech is kind of that. Getting 50% more money on pickup seems very good. There's a lot of functionality to that, I would imagine. But if I'm playing the character, I guess the spirit and speech is the thing. I guess. You've chosen well. True harmony comes from being in tune with your fellow folk. Barf. The dwarven way is the good way. The egalitarian way. Feel like you've resolved some conflict in the world. Or at least in our own head. Alright. Very Disco Elysium moment, right? That's the only one. I gotta do this. I gotta do the milk curious. Ridiculous. Interesting. So you can remove it. Okay. You are now a very newbie druid, at least in her eyes. Yeah, I definitely do want to fix my spell book. Prayer book as it is. Time will tell if this path is in any way interesting to you by telling folk about it. One single time. Alright. So yeah, we've definitely done like a whole lot of the cleric thing as the goof, but if I can start spouting that I'm a druid to everybody, then by God, I think I'm going to. Groovy. Frank, son of Frank! We'll find you. I know you're out there. Yeah, see, Mr. Yellow here. Rest first. Yes. He's resistant to your spells? Question mark. I want to land this so bad. It's not possible. Currently. Could get an at 20 though. Turn around and whisper to Snow. What can you tell me about this guy? The goblin sneakily leans in and whispers back. You want to run down right in front of him? Glance back at the pale man. I don't think he can hear us. That's not the point, cleric. Call out to Viskin. Can you hear us? No, cleric, nor am I listening. Go ahead. See? Goblin sighs. Give me the rundown, Snell. Viskin is the local mortician, unaffiliated. Works on contracts with the city. The HWBT has a deal with him, partly because he's a neighbor, and partly because he's not, you know, human? Mortal. Mortal! The goblin clears his throat and throws a glance back to the mortician. He's not the type you want to make enemies with, but hey, he seems to like you, so good job on that. But my suggestion, keep your distance, just to be safe. Confirmed lich. Snell warned him about. Okay. Getting a little closer. A little bit closer. Yeah, alright. We'll figure him out. I think we already have him figured out, but we'll see. Yeah, what do you know about the tea shop? Didn't we already do this, though? What's there to say? I know about as much as your average Norvikian. He does a humble shrug. A lie. He knows much more. How much does your average Norvikian know? Very little, I'm afraid. His eyes, they do not waver. He's looking at you, waiting for another question despite you obviously wanting more information. Make him speak. And now you can tell me what you know about it. Of course. I heard the explosion. I went out to investigate only to find the tea shop caught up in a raging inferno. The Tolstad militia were already heading into action, so I went back inside, as to not be in the way. And that is that. What were you doing when the explosion occurred? Working. He motions towards the sack of papers. The explosion occurred at noon, but the day it happened was an official city holiday. Why would he be working on Toll's leaving? Toll's leaving, a Norvikian holiday, to honor Earth's brother Toll as he left to explore the wastes, usually celebrated with honey cakes and pearl wine. Honey cakes and pearl wine sounds real good right now. Toll, Earth's brother and mythical explorer of Asken, founded several towns along River Torna, and famously never returned from his expedition to the Infinite Wastes. What sort of work? If you must know, it was the end-of-life report on a sailor. Tragic. Don't pry. We'll get annoyed. He doesn't want to speak on the subject, but he'll let you ask one question. I can feel it. I think we can trust our gut. One question. What was his name? Jordil Linston. But I'd prefer to not speak too much on the subject, however. Understandable. Did you hear anything peculiar? Loud bang, some shouting afterwards. How loud? It shook the Lich House. And mind you, this is not some ordinary basement. This is a remnant tower going hundreds of feet deep into the earth. I'd be surprised if anyone on Tolstad missed it. What sort of shouting? From the militia. They were rushing to the scene. The fire prevention declaration has truly done wonders for this city. Fire Prevention Declaration, signed into action a few years ago. The Fire Prevention Declaration is a governmental attempt to curb the spreading of fires by employing always-ready folk in every district. The response times have been pushed down to less than 10 minutes. It's not bad. Nothing else? As the entire district almost turned into an inferno, yes, there was quite a lot of commotion. Nothing that stands out, however. Like, actually nothing else. Not that I recall. Are you sure? The pale man stares at you for a while. He does not want to tell you anything else. But while he has not been lying, there is something missing. Pretty sure. Alright, fine. Keep your secrets then. I'm done asking. Personal questions? Stop! You've already wasted enough time. Just leave! The pale man shifts in his seat. He makes it clear he does not want to answer these personal questions. Very well. Come up with a ton of random questions. What the hell should I ask about? There's discontent in your stomach. The pale man produces a sound, close to a cough. What are you voting in the upcoming election? Interesting question. A bit invasive, but I'll oblige. He is happy to indulge you for some reason. Be voting for the party of Norvik. Numinism, while crude and outdated in certain respects, has proven both its stability and economic assurance for business owners such as myself. Numinism, the ideology of the common gods. When deities walked among us, they built many a great empire, including Norvik. The people's necks. Self-proclaimed protectors of Earth's legacy, the party of Norvik, wants to uphold the divine right of a dead divine dictator. They have my vote. The goblin scoffs. A vote is cast for self-interest. Takes a special man to vote for any other reason. And if they win, how long do you think it will be before another assembly is called? We need a shepherd, not a coalition of sheep. Must be nice to have such economic assurance. Ah, no offense meant, cleric. I'm aware not all are so fortunate. But ripping society from its roots is not the solution, in my opinion. Can't we change things a little bit as a treat? Maybe one day. We will see once the election is over. Why are there a lot, and I mean a lot, of apples downstairs? Ah, yes. A deal between me and Lady Sageleaf. A deal? Shared storage. It got quite heated here a few years ago during a certain crisis. So now, during less heated moments, they store a lot of produce here. There. Ugh. A win-win. Isn't it some kind of violation to store fresh produce next to corpses? No. He's right, unfortunately. The goblins have unique policies in place, separate from the rest of the Norvikian agricultural community. The more you know. What's the deal with point at the green creature by the stairs? Yeah, what is the deal with him? Ah, yes. Bit embarrassing. I got my hands on an egg some time ago. Thought it'd be a basilisk. Now I have a devoted servant. Kobolds usually don't follow random pale men. They follow dragons. Are you his father? No, he simply hatched in my presence. What's a basilisk? Also embarrassing. I wanted to see whether or not they were feathered. I've yet to find out. Slavery. Oh, it's not slavery. Did you give him that crossbow? No. He found that himself, I believe. Very proud of him. Could you tell him to just... Could you tell him to give me the crossbow? I don't want the crossbow that badly. But I'm gonna ask anyway. Viskin glances over to the kobold and then back to you. No. Fair enough. Why does he call you master? Who knows? It's a kobold thing. Your companion scoffs to himself. While hard to read, it is not a far stretch to say this pale man could enjoy being called master. They should call you master. Yes, they should! Who's they? They are everyone, everywhere. Kobolds usually worship dragons. Are you a dragon? Oh, skip that. Yes, I've heard as much. And are you a dragon? No, sadly not. Your comment amuses the pale man. We'll figure you out, sir. You ever wonder about the world, Mr. Lich? His eyes light up. Certainly. Got excited about that, did he? The feeling. No. You do not have the ability to produce words able to describe it. Not yet. There's... I cannot articulate the horrors. Ah. Well, do not worry. Sometimes it is difficult to do so. His eyes grow dark once more. Anything else? I've run out of personal questions, actually. Tell me about the Lich House real quick. This is my establishment. We handle dead bodies for the city these days. Not terribly lucrative, but it is good work. How's business? I just said. Slow. Suits me just fine. During the curse crisis a few years back, this place was stuffed to the brim with dead folk. I like it more when it's relatively empty, like today. You store the bodies down there? I do. The ancient ventilation system keeps the particular area cool to an unnatural degree, even during intense summer months. A ventilation system! Tolstad is full of tiny holes and air shafts. These circulate air from the river winds all throughout the tunnels. No one knows fully how they work, but they circulate both heated and cooled air. Most likely magical in nature. The city has been a very grateful patron of yours. Was this always a morgue-related business? Actually, no. I used to dabble in dentistry and surgery a while back. Scaled down the production to focus on my private life more. Will this just direct me back to it? I'm gonna try. Ask about his private life. The pale man smiles at you as you prepare for another set of prying questions. Oh god, we got separate ones? No wife or kids? The gods have not shown me that path, no. Me neither, brother. Go in for a fist bump. Keeping a smile, the pale man politely bumps your fist.
You don't have to do that.
I know. Any hobbies? I like taking long walks. I also enjoy theater. But I'm mostly focused on running this lich house. His smile reveals nothing. It is blank. And the rest of the time? Light reading, perhaps? I should try getting more hobbies, honestly. Thank you for reminding me, cleric. He's not annoyed. In fact, he cares so little it is alarming. Where do you sleep? I'm sorry? Where do you sleep at night? I have a cozy apartment in the Halls. It's a short commute. A crack. You see the corner of his mouth twitching. He is hiding something from you. And where do you actually sleep? Cleric. The pale man drops his smile. Uh-oh. I sleep in my apartment. I purchased it 3 years ago, during summer. The address is 16 Bogle Tunnel. His smile appears again out of nowhere. Anything else you want to ask? Your spine tingles, adrenaline, and fear. Snell gives you a look of concern. He must have realized something was off as well. We're figuring you out, dude, although it's getting spooky. It's getting a little spooky here. Admittedly. You got a surname? None, I'm afraid. No hereditary connections here. He puts down his pencil and points 2 thumbs towards himself. Self-made man.
A fellow solo artist, eh?
No family at all. None, I'm afraid. I'm a war orphan.
Of the Coast War?
Yeah. I'm sorry. No need, I am not. We make the best of what we've got. Ain't that the truth? I got other less invasive questions. Go ahead. Oh, we got it down to a 20 now. Yeah. I got 5 of these things. You feeling lucky, chat? I'm feeling lucky. Let's do it. Cha! Oh, wait a minute. I said, cha! Hey! Alright, what's your secrets? You stand there, mulling over all you know of this strange pale mortician, when your attention is drawn to the air. The air around you. It's damp and dry, cold, piercing through your chainmail, leaving you with an uncomfortable feeling, a feeling that appears locked within this place, this tower. You close your eyes, focusing intensely on that feeling all around you. It's not natural. It's very much esoteric. A negative energy flow permeates this place to its core. All of it focused around a single point. The pale man. By the gods, he's covered in negative energy. Even worse, it emanates from him. This is no human. What you are looking at here is but the thin disguise of a creature most foul, most powerful. No mere spellcaster, no mere arcanist, no mere wizard. Viskin is a lich. An unliving, everlasting bastion of esoteric power. Learn from this creature. Abomination! What do I do with this information? You have a choice. Either try to deal with this directly, or contact relevant authorities. Lich House Blues updated. You should investigate this further. But what if... I don't mean to interrupt, cleric, but you've been standing here in silence for almost 5 minutes now. Was there anything else you wanted? Yeah, we kind of knew he was a lich, but, oh god, what would we do? What would we do about that? Thank you, bye! Found out it's a powerful undead sorcerer. A lich! Yeah, but what exactly? That's what I'm saying. What can we do about it? He's also been kind of a homie, admittedly. He could have been worse to us. He hasn't been bad. Empty. Dead person. I don't think there's anything else here. We'll be back, Mr. Lich. Someday. Come along, Schnell. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, Snell. You're kind of dexterous. Can you reach that? Got some eggs in it, and you spot something shiny below as well. It appears unguarded. Must be a gull's nest. Just don't climb out there, man. You'll die. Like, for sure. I know Dex, don't worry. Alright, I was hoping Snell could do it, but he doesn't want to. Understandably. Goblin wall art. You have anything to say on this, Snell? Yeah. Is that you, Snell? Point at the artwork.
Ha! He says, not laughing. Funny. I do know the guy who made it. Calls himself Goblin. He's a bit of a twat.
Alright. Good talk, Snell. Well, it seems like we need to run around to get access to it, at least. It's crazy to me. That's crazy that I can't talk to these mice. Maybe when we find the next batch, we'll be able to make use of it. Such a sneaky staircase. Nice find. Thank you, Wisdom. I guess. Oh. This looks like the tea house, maybe. The tea shop. Amidst scorch marks and cracked masonry, you approach a doorway. There are several planks blocking the passage.
The tea shop. What a mess.
Take a peek inside. A powerful force left these marks. Fastened with several nails, you also see a paper. The goblin clears his throat and begins reading the bold letters at the top of the paper.
Coin lords meet. Well, city notice, no trespassing.
Coin lord, the magistrate handling minting, trade, financing, and of public works and tithes. Currently held by Nicholas Darrow in the Tolstad district. That doesn't include me, does it? He shrugs.
I'm no expert in city law, but...
Your companion suddenly kicks the planks, sending a subtle ripple of blue energy around his foot.
You think I wouldn't sneak in by myself if I could? It's sealed. You ain't getting in without the magistrate's approval.
Touch the planks. As you do, subtle ripples of blue energy appear around your gloved hand. It is sealed! As you move away your hand, the faint aura shimmers in dark translucent blue and then fades away.
Yep.
Just standing near the door makes it clear that there's a locking spell cast on it. Standard procedure for crime scenes. 21 strength to attempt to break it down. Let's look beyond the planks. You catch glances of still shadows beyond. A counter, fallen wooden beams, a larger interior space covered in soot and burnt furniture. A scorched mess. Ooh, that's -4 even, because I have the hammer. Huh. What kind of magic is this? It's arcane lock. Casting it on a bunch of planks is unorthodox, but obviously they got it working. Arcane Lock is a second-level abjuration spell. It locks entryways until dispelled. Costs a bit to cast, but once it's in place, it's quite a nuisance. It is used all over the towers. You need a passphrase to unseal it. Nothing that can't be solved with testosterone. Trying to force an arcane lock open is idiotic. Don't. Can I bypass the effect with magic? Of course. Knock would do the trick. Dispel magic could also work. However, you do remember it being quite difficult to get a hold of, even within the tower. Do not expect to find it here. Can I guess the passphrase? Guess? Guess? Without knowing who placed this seal personally and their preferences, even assuming the person who placed it is an idiot who would use something of their own preference, there are millions of sentences. There is no chance in hells you can simply guess. I'll go figure something else out. Do you think I could break it open, Snell?
I'd love to see you try. Go for it. I believe in you, cleric.
The goblin's heart is on your side. He truly is a homie. That's great. But I can still break it down, right?
You can certainly try.
Believe in yourself. You're a man. Men can do anything. The line between bravery and foolishness is as thin as a hamster's hair. Gah, you sound like Mother. Is that such a bad thing? Yes. Maybe. Shut up. Take another look at the planks. We won't attempt it. That's fine. Although I kind of wanna. But we won't. There's no other way in? Not that I know.
Not that I know of, but it wouldn't surprise me. The whole set is full of tunnels, holes, pipes, so who knows?
Let's look around those scorch marks. The marks go far. The flames must have been enormous. Very clear signs of esoteric power. Arguably, these marks could possibly have been caused by a regular fire of a wooden house. This stone masonry does not have enough fuel to carry such a flame, unless the building was stacked to the brim with tinder. Check out the trespassing notice on the planks. No trespassing. By the order of Coin Lord Darrow, the following premises are under city seizure and under suspicion of criminal offense. Unlawful trespassing will be liable under 13 holster contempt. 13 holster, a collection of laws surrounding the lawful arrest of citizens. The law is the law. You need the magistrate's password. All right. Snell, the tea shop that blew up, eh?
It sure did. Was one hell of a blast, but the structure's still standing.
The masonry is modern, clearly the work of
Dwarven engineering. Looks like shit, but boy can it take a hit.
All right, Snell. Good enough. The name of the tea shop is illegible. I see. Money. Sleeping for service come back after midnight-ish? For service? Okay. Also, Gobbo up on the roof. Be safe, Gobbo. Hey, Snell, you able to work anything with us? Yeah, we read that. You see anything strange about this bike, Snell?
No, it's a bicycle.
He does not care. You liked bicycles?
Not particularly.
I love this bike.
Uh-huh.
You want to know a secret?
Not particularly.
This is my bike.
Yeah, that seems to add up.
If I remember where the key is, can I bring the bike with me? He takes a breath.
First of all, don't ask me. You're an adult. Do what you want. Secondly, how the fuck are you going to take a bike around Tolstad? You're gonna carry it up and down the stairs?
This bike rack is set up here so that people can leave bikes before heading down the stairs to Water Lane. Does sound a bit annoying.
Uh-huh. Yeah. If you find a pocket bike, that's another thing.
Pocket bike, a popular magic item. Mass-produced during the late Arcane Era, but is in dwindling supply these days. The goblin sighs.
But leave this one be, cleric. We've got work to do.
Bye, bike. Snell, it's a quest, my man. I'm gonna find that key. I'm gonna get my bike back. The corner of Norvik still standing in the gate area. Something stuck in one of the roller mill blades. Oh yeah, something is stuck there. Looking out over the ledge towards the roller mill's blades, you see them spinning as per usual. Except, in one of them, there's something stuck. You see a rod. A fancy thing. Decorated. How did it end up there? An esoteric event. Interesting. It appears you've spotted something interesting. That design is quite easy to spot among the mass-produced Arcane-era magic items. It is an immovable rod.
What are you looking at?
Oh. He mouths and stares at the same thing you're looking at.
Looks like a rod. Weird.
Ooh. I have advantage because Snell won't want me to fall. Like I said, he's a homie. An immovable rod. Yes! Are they rare? No. Uncommon. Though they can be quite useful as long as the esoteric forces upon them have not waned. However, why is it lodged inside of a roller mill blade? That is a more fascinating inquiry. Wait, wouldn't it be dangerous to try to grab it? You could die, yes. So maybe you shouldn't. Dex. My dex stat is so bad, man. I do think we would die if I tried this. Oh, God. That's risky business right there. That's certainly risky business. Got a -1. Ugh. Oh. A crazy looking map. I love it. Ain't that groovy? Damn, the explosion ripped through the building. Oof. Certainly a big one. A street sign. You can look at it. Well, thank you, game. The wooden boards have faintly glowing lettering on them. Floating just an inch off the surface, the names of several locations are spelled out. A common type of magical ink. Creates permanent messages on any surface. Until dispelled, of course. This appears to be the more advanced kind, with a magic mouth-like ability. It can react to your commands and reshape temporarily. The sixth message, however, is only painted into the plank. Yeah, how do I get to Darrow House? The words reshape for a moment into up the temple slope and the golden stairs. Okay. Center. Up the temple slope and through Toll's route. You do not have time to take a stroll around the entirety of Tollstad. Focus. How about Pillar Road? Down the temple steps. Tollstad Field. Down the temple steps across the circle square. The southernmost tip of Tollstad, where the dwarves build their fortifications. The local park. And Waterlane View. Down the temple steps, across the circle square, through the garden tunnel, over the pillar crossing. Damn, that sounds like a hop, skip, and a jump. And we know about Goblin Garden. The painted letters on the plank do not reshape into a guided message.
If we could afford that fancy magic ink, it'd say, downstairs, over grass, into tunnel, glory to Sage Leaf. Probably. Clear and concise.
For once, the goblin has good taste.
How unsophisticated!
Good sign. A broken statue of a cat. Cute. Lady Chamar, mountain lamb? Oof. Well, we learned nothing. They're human. Yes. The hooded woman's cape flutters as an icy wind rushes through the Tolstad rise. Her eyes are locked with yours. Stare back. Her eyes do not falter. She is challenging you and your manhood, or she is flirting. This woman is not trying to intimidate you. She is probably just not very good at dealing with people. Greetings! Hello? Her voice is emotionless and spoken from deep in her chest. The voice of a priestess. I am Shamar. I hail from the slopes of the mountain. She bows her head slowly. A golden horde servant. A human from Divinitorum? Golden horde? Yes. I do not have time to talk much. I am in service of the ambassador. As you can imagine, I am not here to socialize. What are you voting for in the election? I am not a citizen of this city. Also, democracy is not something I approve of. She knows well how foolish it is. You don't want a voice? Why? She looks up to the sky. Men are weak. We speak so much, breed, and spread like an esoteric wave. Yet we do not have a view of the long term. Democracy depends on folk being informed. They are not. What if we inform them better, though? In a hypothetical scenario where folk could gain access to all information, they would still not be able to know what is true or not. Heyo! Men are not built to make such important decisions en masse. We are lambs. We follow those greater beings. To answer your question, stranger, I would vote for whoever stopped this foolish democratic dream. That's a nationalist, I think. Well, I don't choose any side in this conflict. That's because I am a higher being, unaffected by it all. An apolitical being. God. She raises an eyebrow. You become even more of apolitical. Gained 15 experience for choosing this 3 times. You have an interesting view, stranger. But I wish you luck on your journey. Swimming in that XP, baby. Damn, we are almost leveled up. Why are you staring at me so much? Is that a bad thing to do in the city? I mean, not if you have a good reason. What reason?
Trying to look cool.
If you're trying to look cool? She nods. Okay. As she looks away, I will stop making eye contact in accordance with your local norms. You know anything about that there tea shop? Nothing. I do not spend time on Tolstad. I am here on business today and will soon leave. But I am sorry for the destruction it brought upon your city. Okay. How about I get to know you? I do not have time for your inquiry. Please, she says and bows her head. So, later then. I am busy then as well, cleric. The golden outreach does not cease. Never. Good luck with that. We'll finally take a hint, maybe. This road leads into central Tolstad. You have no business there. Alright, game. Tell it like it is. Colorful sign. Ma'am? Alright, that's something. A level 2 writer, a girl on a mission. She's out to fight for the green, no matter the battle. Her brash exterior is no fakery. It is her heart worn on each of her sleeves. Responsibility, that is the weight she feels weighing upon her shoulders. Modissa does not see herself, her ego, as having any greater meaning. Rather, that meaning has been transposed from others, her mentor, her friends, but most importantly, her ideology. I say. West Tolls Route, North Darrow House. Okay. Nope, didn't mean to do that.
Oh?
You see a girl with glasses stuffing a mail slit with a magazine.
Yeah, that's not a courier,
He whispers to you. What do you mean, Snell? She's delivering the news, clearly. The girl gives up on trying to jam the slightly too large paper into the mailbox opening.
Huh?
She looks up at you, adjusting her glasses. Help her push the paper into the slit. I think that makes sense for our guy. We're like, yeah, look, you're doing something. It's a quest. Oof. Oh no. She takes a step back as you approach the mailbox slit.
Cleric.
Oh god. Silently wiggle the paper into the slit. Don't worry, little lady. A real man is here. Push past her.
Excuse me?
The thick magazine seems to have gotten stuck. You push and push, yet it won't go in. Young and dumb updated. I don't have time for this. Jahan? Clanless? Modissa? You hear a voice call out from down the alley. Let's go! She glances at the stack of papers and mutters to herself. Shit. We gotta get done before evening, otherwise Waterlane is screwed! You hear the girl in green groan as she grabs her stack of papers. As she rushes down the alleyway.
Not sure what that was about. Did you see the armband? Asgalist.
The armband, yes. She is an Asgalist. A bit too young to be an Asgalist representative. A bit too woman to be a high-ranking guild worker. Now keep pushing. Push!
Cleric, I don't think it's going to.
Shut up, snail. I'm trying to be a man here. You press harder, exerting force into what is either the paper or a piece of the mailbox that feels like paper. Ouch. You hear something crack in your shoulder. As you do, the door next to the mailbox opens. You see a middle-aged woman glaring at you from the half-open door. Slowly remove the ruined newspaper from the mailbox slit and hand it to her. She carefully and silently accepts it before closing the door in your face. Success!
Poor lady. Now can we leave before I die of embarrassment?
I'm done here. Mission accomplished. In a very manly manner. Ugh. What is that? Old symbol of an old regime. Uh-huh. Ma'am? Also, I saw something there. What is this? The Great Perch of Norvik. Pinja Athena? Oh, those are supposed to be rare. We already found... Oh my god. Level 2 Sorcerer. Strange. There's something not quite right about this elf on the corner of the fortress. Her presence appears not vivid enough for you to even accept her as real? Elven magic? Feminine mystique? Or something else? Okay. Kind of bizarre. Standing on the corner, you see a woman in green coat. Her intense gaze focused on the cityscape horizon across the river.
Careful, cleric,
Snell says under his breath.
Easy to slip and fall here.
Greetings, citizen! She turns her head, the expression cold. She is mourning.
Yes?
This is a real lady. Impress her with your poetry skills. Elves are scary, don't trust her. What are you loitering here for, she-elf? Ugh. My lady elf, how fair you are on this bright morrow, bowhead. Read the room, man. I have some questions for you. She breaks eye contact once again, facing the river. Rude. I got a shard of Jor for that? Call me Pinja. Tervedus. Tervedus to you too, Pinja. It's as if she is searching for something. What are you doing here? Waiting. She's anxious. Waiting for what? She looks up the pillar of Jor. Yor. I have a friend in need of help. That sounds like a quest. I can help. Me. I do that. She shakes her head. No need. I've caused enough trouble as it is. No, no, she has to give you this quest. It sounds perfect. Please, I want to help. The elf is quiet. A little show of force, and you'll be able to get your hands on this quest. Yes, Tervidus says greetings, indeed. Ah, God. What are the odds that I ruin this and, like, trip and fall over the side and die? And it's not high. But... Oh, nat 20, baby! I flex and the building next to me explodes into 1,000 splinters. You feel a surge of confidence. There is only one way to make her give you this quest. Prove your heroic qualities. You know who I am? The elf does not respond. I'm the man that'll save the world one day. Oh, the elf turns and looks at you. If your friend needs help, I'm the guy to do it. She stares at you for a while, taking you in. Then she gives you a little smile. Success! What's the quest, my fair lady? She looks away once more. There's a paladin, Lord Gorm of Norvik. Lord Gorm, the last anointed paladin of Earth. One of the original faces of the party of Norvik. He went missing months ago, and many believe he has abandoned his post. Oh. Is he in trouble? He is a city paladin. He's lost his way, completely. Is he here on Tolstad? She glances towards the pillar. Her look is stern. He is close. She means he is physically close, but spiritually far gone. Or the other way around. I cannot say much, but if I could have just one more chance. She holds back great anger and sadness. If you can find him, right? Excuse me? How do you know my name, lady? Bragan, tell him. Tell him sincerely and with all of my heart. He can go fuck himself? The tone of voice is like the shriek of a banshee. Gorm is not her friend. He's not the one in danger. Who's your friend, then? She is... The elf closes her mouth and shakes her head. She is protective of her friend, a good soul. Where can I find him? She shakes her head. The she-elf doesn't know. Extremely insightful of you. Can you tell me anything that would help me on this quest? One thing. Lord Gorm might be lost. She smiles, but you don't have to be. Truth. She looks up towards the clouds where the pillar disappears into the blue. You're being very, obtuse here, lady. Obscure, even. I will find him, my lady. Thank you. Quest acquired. Well done. Full name? She closes her eyes and nods. Pinya Athena. Translation, Pinya of the Ment, an elf of the Ilum Forest. Interesting. The forest is the great woodland covering most of the border between Asken and Reeds. It is the domain of the Ilum elves. Athena is an elven title, granted to those related to Ilum the Mender. What do you know about the tea shop? Sad what happened. She looks down into the river. Tea shops are sacred. Yes, the holy tea, a tragic loss. The elf does not even appear to listen to you. She simply nods and mutters, "Are you here to look into the tea shop?" More or less, yes. Oh. What do you think happened? It's gotta be a rogue spellcaster, right? To some degree, or extent at least. I don't know why I would divulge this to her, but she gave me a quest, so clearly we can share these things. You see the elf look at you with her piercing eyes. Thank you for your service. Cross your arms and look tough. It's no biggie. Are you saying that to get me to stop asking you questions? I'm curious how she'll react to this. The elf says nothing and just turns away again. Alright, she's grieving. How are you connected with this missing paladin? She shakes her head so slowly. Speak with dead would give better answers than this. Yeah. Got it. She nods. Take our leave then. You feel a great emotion well up inside as you turn to leave. Tears. Tears for her and her friend.
Hey, cleric, you okay?
I suppose I weep. I weep manly tears, Snell. Yes, thank you, Snell.
No problem, big guy.
This journey will take much. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're just so empathic. Truly. Alright, well, there's the Darrow house. I guess we just head on up. Yes. Ma'am? There's a full-blown celestial, I believe. Oh, God. Oh, the nat one. Oh, yeah, we got nothing out of that. At Theater, city's sworn angel. In the Coin Lord's garden, you encounter a porcelain specter. Crazy looking. Polished armor, inhuman. Her presence is both ethereal and demanding. She floats gently in the air, strangely unaffected by the river winds. Your goblin companion keeps his distance, muttering under his breath a word of disdain.
Angel.
Angel? The creature does not turn to face you. Instead, her many eyes simply pivot their gaze. A handful of celestials are employed by the city after the Clanlands Deal of 13. Clanlands, a term for the unified halfling states in Western Asken. The official name is the Fordnip Commonwealth, although many avoid this term as to not annoy envoys of the Golden Horde. Fordnip Commonwealth, the unified states of halfling lands in Western Asken, also known as the Clanlands. They were allies of Norvik in the early days of the conquest. Today, the relationship is strained after Norvik refused to aid them against the Golden Horde. Oh, God. Arcane cleric, she echoes, of the Palace Script House and Earthguard. This is the one. This Valkyrie. Keep her safe. You? Keep her safe? She'll wreck you, buddy. Beware. Yeah, I would imagine. That's me. Hello. She replies by bowing her head slightly, whilst her many eyes glare at you. She now lifts her chin, and she opens her mouth to speak in a projected cold tone. Etir. She says her name like a declaration of existence. As she states her name, you realize her mouth is not moving. Telepathic communication? The goblin gives you an uncomfortable look. He clearly does not enjoy having telepathic conversations like this. That's a nice name. She does not respond. Speaking with this ethereal creature is unnerving.
You should mention it. The eyes. She'll appreciate it.
Charisma is always failing. She would destroy you. She is too powerful. The angel would step upon your soul, stomp on it. Her domination would be good and just. Let it happen. What? Oh, God. It's only a DC of 8. Surely I couldn't botch, there's no chance, right? Surely we wouldn't butcher that. You have many pretty eyes, ma'am. Oh, God. Oh, God. The words formulate in your mind and get quickly tangled. The pressure. Her eyes are so freaky. Your eyes are so fucking freaky. Reach out to touch them. God. Are you okay? Clutch your chest. My God. Oh boy. Your eyes are so fucking freaky, man. Snell gives you a crazed look. The goblin thinks you are actually insane. After a short pause, the angel appears to lift her head. Glupik? Ow. The word cuts harsh through your bellows.
Hey,
Snell whispers to you.
don't mess with this fucking thing.
Okay, maybe do some small talk, then ask the big questions. Why, aren't angels good?
He grits his teeth. You ever heard of celestial punishment? We're talking seared flesh, cleric. Right off the bones.
The angel is most likely a radiant member of the Golden Horde.
Do not mess with her.
He takes a step back. Avoid eye contact. Nice weather we're having. Her many eyes look upwards for a moment, then back to you. It is fine. Shivers. I'm here to investigate the tea shop. The eyes just stare at you. Spin gently around her. She's very non-vocal. We're getting nowhere with this. Be direct with her. That would make things easier. Just don't be too rude, okay? Great. So, the eyes stop spinning. She can sense your impatience. This creature is dread itself. Stop being so off-putting. Speak normally, damn it. Your outburst causes the angel to turn her face towards you for the first time. Bad idea. Oh gods, you're a dead man. You can feel Snell sweating. Oh god. We're doing everything to piss her off. Malutki. Prism Mallwill? A celestial tongue. A celestial tongue? A common derogatory saying among the Horde. It means something along the lines of, the little one speaks. Why is everyone in this damn district mocking you? You're the cleric. They should treat you with respect. You can sense she does not see you as worthy. Is that all right with you? Perhaps you should stand up for yourself. Oh god. Maludi Shenmo to you too. Oh my god, I'm gonna get myself killed. Here we go! As you do, she makes her first real move. 1 step. Her hand placed upon the top of your helmet. What? When? The goblin grits his teeth and stumbles back. The ring rotates around her head and now yours. She is close. She leans in. You see through the gap in her skull where her eyes should be. A warning, cleric. Jedno, she whispers, before taking a step back, leaving you frozen. She will be your death. Your body is DC 31? Oh my god. Your body is pulled towards her. That was awesome. Despite her harsh words, you see her body language relax. Maybe. It's hard to tell, but she does not appear truly angry. Coin Lord Darrow is busy, she speaks. When is he available? She looks to her right, towards the building leaning against the ancient tower. After a moment of silence, she says, Coin Lord Darrow will be available post-midnight. He will only be available after midnight, between 0000 and 6. He will be in his restoir. Several of her eyes look to the entryway to her right. Restoir is not a real word, and whoever is attempting to make it one deserves a life of suffering. That door there, point to your left. Yes. At midnight. Yes. Is Restoir? Yes. Right. She says nothing. She is clearly a master manipulator, just standing there, staring. How much more can I butcher this? Just absolutely ruin everything. You speak good human for an angel. Human is not a language. You speak this language good, though. I speak every tongue, cleric. It is not special. Your companion raises an eyebrow. Really? Even goblin? Not me, she says, turning her gaze to him. Nakthathu Gobhar? Oh, awesome.
Good job, lady.
He did not expect that. Few goblins speak Goblin in Norvik after the integration efforts. Not integration. It was a genocide. The Goblin Genocide. Goblin Genocide, the destruction of the Goblin clans of Ascani by Earth around 50 years ago. 3 clans were then integrated into Norvik, with their new generation being put through human schooling. Could I ask some personal questions?
No.
Put pressure on her. Please? No. Good try. Strong try, yes. Very manly, very masculine. I need access to the tea shop, now. Coin Lord Darrow has requested no unauthorized access. But I am authorized. You are not. Don't lie, you're no good at it. That's true. Alright. Thank you, Angel Lady. Would it be bad if I just tried to go there now? A truly ancient piece of history propped up as garden decoration. Take that shard, thank you much. Fresh apples? Oh wow, there's a lot of them. The Magistrate's apple tree. It's bracken. A branch from the majestic apple tree in the Magistrate's yard. A sign of humanity's greatest ability, to grow and nurture the natural world. This tree was most likely a gift from Lady Sageleaf. Seen anything suspicious lately? Snell gives you a concerned glance. Then he too turns to the tree and growls.
You better answer quick if you want to keep your leaves, buddy.
The tree does not respond.
Damn, guess we'll never know.
If you truly think this tree knows something, you should get in touch with the primal magics. Yeah, I'd love to. How do I reach those apples on the roof? You would have to use Mage Hand, of course. In order to procure, make sure to dive through every source of esoteric knowledge you can find on this forsaken island fortress. Do not bother. Just climb up. It's easy. I mean... Oh, God. No! You grab the branch and... Cleric, careful, you'll... Attempt to heave yourself. You heave, yet... You do not ho! Ugh. Though despite the rough landing, you still, in a sense, make it. Ouch. Well, we can bumble our way to success, sometimes. Give. Give. I've earned these apples, and I'm gonna have them. Ooh. 3 shards, that's pretty, there's a good find. So is that not the spot where the elf was? She's no longer there? Maybe not. Oh. Probably not, because there's something else going on over there. Servants, you hear them talking about how much of a dick Darrow is. Sounds about right. Hey, Snell! Hey, Snell, check me out! Ain't I cool? A very pretty tree. A branch and a sign. Yeah. Well, time to go down. Oh, God. Well, we're going down the hard way. You heave, but you do not. Oh my god, ow. Oh, pain. Pain. I'm gonna have myself a little cardamom as a treat, you know? Hell, maybe even a mushroom again. The mushrooms treat us right. And an apple for the road. Ugh. Alright, so I guess we're kind of just stuck waiting until midnight. At least for there. There's other things we can get up to, surely. Surely. I guess she was over here. Yeah, she was over here. But she is not any longer. Interesting. Mostly stacked with old zines. And a cardamom treat. You reach into the bin and pull out a somewhat intact cardamom treat. No, do not. You did not just... Let me get this clear. You find yourself out on Pillar Road. You see a cardamom treat in the bin. It's been out there for gods know how long, and you think to yourself, what the hells? I'll just eat some trash. No, no, no. You're not eating from the fucking trash. It is done. You're too late. Hold up your prize and smile. Correct. A man does not consume garbage. Unless it's very tasty garbage. Vegan stuff is great, but you can't just take a half-eaten pastry out of the trash, man. The goblin glares at you. Rationalize it. And how exactly are you gonna do that? Cardamom, goddamn. Stop this dwarvish nonsense. It's beneath you. Hold on. Let's clear this up a bit. This cardamom treat, was it in the garbage or above the garbage? Above the rim. Oh yeah? You sure about that, sport? Of course, I promise. And you weren't just diving with your entire arm into the trash bin? I mean... Oh, God save me, I'm a trash eater. I have an addiction. It was hovering like an angel. Truly a miracle. Will I ever recover from this? Sorry to say, but you've officially crossed the line dividing man from bum. You're now a bum. Yeah, a bum with a cardamom treat. Jealous. Losers. Alright, so this path opened up much further than I expected it to. Okay. Wait a minute. There's an esoteric effect in place here, stopping rainwater. They use magic for all sorts of crazy things. I guess that's kind of what we would do with it. It's open now? Oh shit. Raz, bow for hire. Behold! Oof. Oh, what? He wants to kill you. Okay, he's a level 8 rogue, so he's probably pretty deadly. This is a massive, unregulated, confident, and highly problematic goblin supremacist. He will not debate you on it. He doesn't even see you as worthy of being alive. Oh god. Alright, so he's kind of a bad time. A jukebox, you say? Your eyes take in the enticing green glow of the diskettes. A diskette, an esoterically infused stone disc which has been engraved with a spoken word spell. These have been mass-produced since the mid-arcane era. Spoken word is a second-level transmutation spell. It allows the caster to engrave a spoken message onto a surface. Whoever touches it will telepathically hear the message in their mind. However, this spell has been mostly used for the last 2 centuries as a way of mass-producing musical records. Their presence lights up the night in glorious rhythm. Highland Fling, Let the Chains Be Dust, Hill Waltz. Check other buttons. You press one of them, and the mechanism inside doesn't activate. The jagged movement indicates that the deeper sprongles have broken off. Unfortunately, that means only the first 3 diskettes are playable. Well, let's go with the first one. Highland Fling. Press a button and a glowing diskette is pushed by a tiny metal sprongle. A crystal connected with the speaker system touches the stone surface, and the music begins to play. Groovy. The scent of smoke fills your helmet as you approach the hooded goblin. He takes a drag from the pipe, his rough face illuminated. He is glaring at you. Greetings, citizen! The hooded goblin does not reply at first, and he just looks to Snell with a foul frown.
I see you're getting more Cran by the day.
Cran, the goblin who signed the Goblin Treaty. He served Earth for many years as a warrior of Norvik.
Fuck you.
Kick him lightly. Which tribe do you belong to? You hear him clear his throat slowly.
I suggest bothering someone else, human.
You know this guy, Snell?
Sure, that's Raz. Ignore him, he's not interesting.
The hooded goblin lets out a cloud of smoke.
Listen to your pet cleric. What was that? Did you say something, Raz?
Your rage is building in your companion. He only scoffs at Snell's question. I feel like there's some tension here. Both of them just quietly glare at each other. What do you know about the tea shop?
He doesn't know shit.
The hooded goblin laughs.
Need help, huh? Figured.
So you'll help?
Nah. Now fuck off.
Your companion turns to you and mutters,
God, he's such a fucking cunt.
Language, Snell. Language. Who are you? What are you voting in the election?
None of your fucking business, human.
Okay, look sad.
Yeah, know your place. Ugh.
You hear him chuckle.
Fucking asshole.
Glass him? That would be a mistake. Who do you work for?
Why would I tell you?
Why wouldn't you? Is it embarrassing? Do you work for, like, Viskin or something? The goblin freezes.
No. What?
He does.
Fuck off, human.
Oh, you work for the Lich, do you? I ain't gonna class him. Mostly because he's level 8, and I'm not too confident we'd survive that. Miss Nearly? Behold! Ooh, we learn everything. A goblin, cave goblin, chaotic neutral. Level 1 bard. Another goblin, this one is looking to escape. She works hard, but only in ways that improve her craft, her passion. She does not care for politics or the world at large. Yet she tries to uphold a sense of understanding in order to further her art. The goblin plays for herself. She seeks not glory, only to support herself with her craft. It seems to not have gone too well so far. It's a shame. It's a shame, but it's how it be, ma'am. The goblin seems to be playing around with the strings of her instrument. She's tuning it. Wave? Her entire body jolts when she sees you. She's frightened by the Earth Guard colors. I'm playing in a second, okay? Okay. Okay. Oh god. You should play some debate music. Would be suitable with the election coming up. No. I need some tense ambiance for all the conversations I'm going to have here tonight. She scoffs. What every artist wants to hear. Be ambiance. Every hero needs a bard. Wink, winku. She cannot see your wink. Come on. Hey, look. I'm glad the game said it finally. I've had moments of like, if we have a helmet on, does anyone ever see any of these things? All right, so that confirms it. The answer is no. But she can hear the over-enthusiastic wink sound effect you make with your mouth. I am my character, holy shit. My guy under his mouse is like, winku? Eh? She finishes whatever she was doing to her instrument. Don't dance. It'll hurt your chances at anything in this here tavern. Let her play. Okay, here we go. We got a tiefling there? All right. You know what? Support the arts. There's a small plate with a fair bit of crowns scattered about the surface. The goblin glances at you as you approach the donation bowl, but she keeps playing. I want to donate crowns here. You do? How much, though? Maybe not 100. Let's just throw 10 in. You place a handful of crowns into the bowl. A good amount. She bows her head to you without skipping a beat in the song. Yep, there you go. See, we can be nice. Behold! Smarter Thangu? That's all the name. Oof. Not so much. Yeah, you don't say. Alright. That didn't go well. The goblin glances at you. His eyes lit up for a second, but then he notices Snell. Smarter. Snell? Don't cause any trouble. Okay. Snell motions for you both to leave the guy alone. One of your cousins? Something like that. As the two of you take a step away, Snell sighs. Smarter is a notorious pickpocket. Don't let him get too close. So he's a goblin. Jeez. Oh, he's a common thief, eh? Snell rubs his eyes. No, look. I'm talking a real, actual, pathological kleptomania case. Like a can't keep his hands away from pockets type deal. Except Smarter, he fails every single time, hurting himself in the process too. What a fool. Can you imagine failing at things and hurting yourself a lot? Oh boy, we would never. Oh. Yeah. I don't think he's ever gotten away with anything, so just be careful around him. I don't want him hurting himself again. Okay, let's not stick around then. Oh, look. He beat me on the whole, like, observing him check. Whoa, what the shit are you doing here? Well, this place was called the Drunken Sphinx, wasn't it? Holy shit. Vault Guardian. Behold! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That's everything right there. A level 14 Gynosphinx, monstrosity, lawful good. And a force to be reckoned with. Thousands of years spent guarding a hole in reality. Remember, her perception is beyond your ability to conceive. For her, a day is a fleeting moment. Unless you make it memorable. A Gynosphinx... Gyno... A Gynosphinx giving out riddles. A woman searching for something. Anything. Even remotely interesting about these scurrying mortals. Why else allow them into her lair like this? She is not being exploited. Whatever deal she struck with the tavern keep, this beast of yore could break it at any moment. None of them hold any power over her, yet she cannot leave. Resentment. Anyone sane with even a sliver of mortal understanding would feel resentment after being stuck in one spot for millennia. Oozes, though, this oh-so-powerful creature, feels a hint of resentment towards her masters. Perhaps that is why she entertains this fleeting moment. Yeah, getting that big 25 there, oh boy. A lull falls out of the ambient cheer, just a beat of uncertainty as this cleric steps before the tavern's singular attraction. You have the bravado to wow her. Be exactly what you are, do exactly as you do. She, along with everyone else, will love you all the same. This is not going to go well. Towering, you stare at this somewhat feline creature up on the stage. A living myth, currently taking a swig out of a barrel. Clearly not paying you any mind. The scent of cheap wine lingers in the air, along with an esoteric sensation. A Genosphinx is not to be trifled with. Her physical characteristics are enough to crush everything that is you. Genosphinx, a monstrous being often found undertaking missions for the gods. A feminine force capable of seeing through time and space. Collector of ancient lore and dispenser of riddles. Known to test mortals to uncover their true worth. However, she will not have to raise a paw, for her magical powers could exile you from yours realm in an instant. Well, she could just straight up banish us from existence. All right. Tread carefully. Your legs tremble. Give her a deep bow. Your sphinxicity. Perfect opening. Snell hisses, "Don't try to be funny." The Sphinx looks down at you, meeting her glowing blue gaze makes you feel like you're falling. Far, far below the world. There are arrows of wisdom behind those eyes. Her expression turns dark. Dark tidings bring you to the hearth. She speaks low and rolling. You see a hint of chaos in her movements, unfocused. A helmed dog dragging its leash around the vestiges of yore. She extends a claw thick as your arm and pokes you in the stomach. Woof. Oh god. Look, if a sphinx of majestic femininity and force and timelessness pokes me and says woof, I'm gonna woof back. Woof. Her expression grows lighter. Then she lets out a deep breath. It smells like an old basement full of booze. She liked that. Somehow you've appeared witty to her. See? Ladies? She takes another sip from her barrel, not looking at you. Watch yourself, cleric, he whispers to you. Oozes isn't one for idle chit-chat. Turn to Snell, you know the Sphinx? He shakes his head. Every night there's a drunk jackass that asks for a riddle. She usually doesn't hurt them. It's fine, Snell, I can handle this creature. Pointed the Sphinx's head. Oh, a riddle! That would be fun, thank you, Snell! Did you not hear me? Hello? Oh god. I wish to prove myself worthy, great Sphinx. Worthy, little one? Worthy how? Don't you give out riddles? Certainly. Are you ready? Yes, please. I love riddles. She finishes the last bit out of her barrel and puts it down with a slam. Then the Sphinx leans in, hissing. Once I had the sun's favor, my creed cling close to the wall. Sun, the light of the day, the great source of power that moves alone across the sky over the day. It follows a different pattern of movement in each band, and with different intensities. In Ascani, it is small and moves quickly. Matured in shadows, I've witnessed empires rise and fall. Once left in silence, now the life of the ball. She raises her paw and gestures to the open chamber. Yet I remain a drought of remembrance, a history's thrall. What am I? Easy! A lovely poem about a life's journey, how time changes all, even the simplest grape. Your companion smirks and gives a little chuckle. DC 18? How many guesses do I get? Hopefully none, but you are allotted one answer. What do I get if I get it right? The Sphinx shrugs, then gives you a cold smile. Satisfaction. Satisfaction, you say? Huh. Is this a trick question sort of deal? No, just a normal riddle. What happens if I get it wrong? She squints at you and raises her chin. Same as all those who wander these halls. You will lose everything. Eventually. There is no threat here. She means your only pain upon failure will be existence itself, a mortal life. It's wine, right? It's booze. It's look at the crazy pile of bottles next to her. Can I just answer? I feel like I know it. Oh God. Make a guess. Oh no! You focus your mind to come up with something, anything that could be the answer to the riddle. Something old and time-worn that was once in the light, then lived in shadows for a long time, before it became popular again. What could it be? You only get one shot, so make it count. Yeah, it's wine. It's gotta be wine. Let's hear the riddle once more just to be sure. I feel like it's wine. Wine seems like the obvious thing. Can I hear the riddle again? Once I had the sun's favor, my creed clung close the wall. Matured in shadows, I've witnessed empires rise and fall. Once left in silence, now the life of the ball. Yet I remain in a drought of remembrance, a history's thrall. I think because I rolled so poorly, I have this many options to, like, convolute the pool. It strikes me as wine. Wine? She gives you an intense stare. Time for a fight? She is strong, but you will defeat her handily with the power of a hero. Fool, there is no fighting a Geno Sphinx in her lair. She wants you gone, then you will find yourself 1,000 feet below the surface of Lake Kuya. Yeah, wine. Oozes picks up a new barrel of wine. She pops the cork open. Wine. Yes, that is very correct, little one. Wonderful job. Another riddle solved. Huzzah! Huzzah indeed! Since you're so amazing, would you be interested in a quest? Absolutely, 100%. She gives you a serious expression. Accepting a divine quest from a Sphinx is no trifling matter, mortal. In fact, few would survive such an ordeal. This is a chance to prove yourself to an ancient creature of myth and legend. You'll also look incredibly manly doing it. Quest? Indeed. Behind me stands a vault. HP go up. It opens only to those worthy. She leans her massive head downwards, close enough for you to smell the wine breath. To prove worthy, you must solve my most ancient of riddles. So old, it was handed to me when I first stepped inside this chamber, millennia past. I mean, I am pretty great at questing. I'm sure you are, little one. Your companion whispers to you.
You're going on an epic Sphinx quest now? Sure, why not? Not like we're on a job or anything. This is important, Snell. Maybe to you. No, really, it's very important to the job, too. Convince me.
You know? This is this the... That's not very wise. It could grant me esoteric knowledge? Or like, the tea shop?
Fair enough. Look, I won't stand in the way. Just don't waste too much time on it, okay?
The Sphinx stares at your companion. A hero must face much adversity during his quest. She laughs quietly to herself and takes a swig of wine. So what exactly is this Sphinx quest? This is a riddle, the answer of which is not uttered in words, but revealed by action. She goes quiet and closes her eyes. Alright, so I'll listen. Found within the arcane flare, twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. Tongues! A third-level divination spell. It grants a target the ability to understand all languages, and for the target's speech to be understandable by any sentient listener. Oh yeah, I need that. She takes a breath, revealing a wicked grin. Burrow deep within the earth, a primal string to show your worth. Then she leans in, almost whispering those final words. Folk and gods in thronging herds. A man divine alone houses words. That is intensely vague and cryptic. I love riddles, but I'll have to think about this one. The answer is not something you can speak. She uses a massive claw to grab something from her pile of stuff and tosses it to you. Tavern key. Once you understand this riddle, return here. You can only solve it during daytime, alone. We wouldn't want anyone else accidentally figuring out this riddle, would we? She glances at your goblin companion. The goblin groans. I am not interrupting the job for that. Do it in the morning or something before you pick me up. The Sphinx chuckles. I never sleep, so you can show up anytime after sunrise, before the tavern opens. Let me hear it once more. As many times as you want, cleric. Found within the arcane flare, twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. Burrowed deep within the earth, a primal string to show your worth. Folk and gods in thronging herds, a man divine alone houses words. So it's not something we can say. Arcane, primal, divine. Sounds like it's magic of some kind. Can you give me a hint about that riddle? Nah. Let's not go for that. Isn't it lonely to hang around here for millennia? She takes a deep breath. I must remember that my perspective on time is different from a mortal's. When one views events on a scale measured in eras, a chat like this is but a fleeting blink among a heaven of stars. She speaks from a pool of knowledge deeper than your entire potential existence. So, everything is going really fast for you? Sphinx takes a moment. When a child grows, a house once thought massive will soon start to feel cramped. As time grinds on, the idea of today is no longer a canyon of possibilities. For me, that house is minuscule. What about this then? Try jumping side to side really quick. Have no dexterity, so I trip over my own feet and like wipe out. Cha-cha-cha-cha! The Sphinx follows your movements with a stale expression. Careful, this is how you sprained your ankle last year. You keep it up for almost a full minute before you feel your legs grow sluggish. Your companion stares at you with an open mouth. Oh god. How's the size of the house now? Wheeze loudly. The Sphinx has an inscrutable expression on her face, watching you pant like a dog. Those were some spectacular jumps, little one. She is being patient with you, but also somewhat entertained. Mission success, then! Or is she just being sarcastic? Probably sarcastic. But please, calm down. Jealous? Okay. Sphinx nods. Mortality makes life beautiful. It does, but it also makes it a bit sour. I've heard that countless times, yet it always comes from those trapped in its clutches. I suppose perspective is everything. Indeed. So there's no dude sphinx in your life then, eh? Her expression changes subtly. You touch upon a sensitive subject. I have found that when this question is put to me, despite my vast age, despite my demeanor, despite everything, the inquirer is not referring to companionship. She taps a claw. You wish to speak of reproduction, little one?
Eric,
You hear a harsh whisper.
are you sure about this?
Oh, God. Yes, I would like to hear about Sphinx reproduction. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is it an awkward subject? Yes. Most mortals find this discussion to lead into very uncomfortable territory. And are you uncomfortable talking about it? Not at all. I can rant about it all day. Well then, yes, I'd love to hear about it. Her intense glare grows more esoteric. There are many lower races of Sphinx, some more bestial than others. Apart from often serving lesser purposes, they also share a common characteristic. She frowns. They are all male. How dreadful. Indeed. Each of these degenerate Sphinxi then naturally crave the companionship of my kind. Genosphinxes are the only female members of the Sphinx family. They control the means of reproduction in their species. For a Genosphinx to lower herself to their level, it is simply unthinkable. Then how? Those bestial Sphinxes should really work on themselves, am I right? Any man would desire such beauty in his life. They can't be that bad. Have you even given them a chance? Dude, she is a timeless animal. Existed far beyond anything that we can even remotely get close to conceptualizing. And we want to be like, it can't be that bad. This is also... I gotta go with this. I got to. No. I don't know. None of these are great. None of these are. Which side of this are we already leaning into? Oh boy. Yeah, look. I guess they gotta work on themselves then, truly. She gives you a quick laugh. These creatures will never reach such heights. It's not in their nature. The degenerate races of Sphinx were born wicked and craven. These creatures are no more similar to I than a horse to a donkey. No, not even this, as it implies some level of closeness. A horse god to a painting of a donkey. Tisk. This misconception of our similarity will plague me for eternity. But considering them a legitimate partner, creating more, the Sphinx shakes her head. A true man is his mind. He is not violent by nature, nor is he afraid of action. He is decisive, yet tolerant. He is wise, yet still ready to learn. A true man is a riddle. Good on you for stopping them from reproducing, making the world better one sexless day at a time. Oh, God. No hope for redemption? Not as long as they live. Damn. However, there is a more civilized Sphinx, apart from my own kind, of course. The glow in her eyes intensifies. The Androsphinx, a beautiful, powerful servant of the gods. Few inhabit this coast of ours. Yet those that do, her voice trails off, are assholes? Are idiots? Are indescribably hot? Don't make it weird, man. Are what? She snaps her gaze back to you. They are, like all men, insufferably prideful. Oof. Oof. Do we poke the bear? That might not be wise. Oh, and women are all paragons of humility? Truly? Yeah, here's the prideful answer. No, we're not. What are you talking about? It sounds like there's a story here, milady. There's always a story. Every bias is brought from perspectives, after all. She takes a sip from her barrel and leans her head on a paw. Hear my tale. During the early days when the gates stood open, one winter long ago, I was tasked to guard a passage on the border of an empire you will never know. That empire's goddess sent an androsphinx to guard the very same passage. His name was Tremblem. Our meeting was by chance and by fate. Must have been cramped in that lair, you know what I'm saying? I mean, baby. You're both sent to guard the same gate? We had the same mission, sent by different powers. Simple mishap. Trem was a gallant specimen. He spoke with an air of grandeur and purpose. It was easy to spend hours in his company, days and months. Though we became increasingly physical in our relations, our conversations steadily became more stale. After years of sharing a lair, I sensed a bitter tone gnawing its way into every interaction between us. He would berate my every action. He would go on month-long hunting trips and come back empty-handed. Oh boy. He would end every philosophical discussion or debate, even those we had with visitors, with snarky comments. Tell me, with whom do you believe this venom originated? Which one of us would be at fault, so to say? Considering your general stance on masculinity, I'd say you? Maybe you two just weren't compatible? Considering the general theme of this conversation, I'd say him. This is a very, like, look, lady, you wanna give me a handful of sentences breakdown over what was impossibly out of context information? I did ask for it, that's true. But I asked because I wanted to learn. That doesn't mean that I would necessarily have an answer for her to turn around and, like, pin this on me, right? But her question is where the venom originated. I don't think any of these would be the answer I'd give, especially after discerning what we did from the nat 20. Or was it a nat 20? Whatever excellent roll we got that revealed everything. After years of sharing layers, since a bitter tone gnawing its way into every interaction, he would berate my every action. He would go on month-long hunting trips and come back empty-handed. He would end every philosophical discussion or debate with snarky comments. This is usually the case, is that both sides are responsible to some degree. And you're telling me that it didn't plan out and work, then it sounds like you just weren't compatible, because it takes two, baby. You gotta both work on it. And yet here you are by yourself. An understatement. I pushed for him to tell me where this irritable act of his came from. After many long arguments, he relented. Guess. Guess what Trem confessed to be the cause of his toxic behavior. He had a thorn stuck in his paw? It's not a sex thing, is it? He was bored of the relationship? I don't know, shrug. Wasn't this all starting and kind of coming from a question about the reproduction? I think the obvious thing is he was bored of the relationship. She laughs. Not even that. She takes a big gulp from her wine barrel. He said I was arrogant, that I could never be wrong, that I was stubborn. Those words are tinged with bitterness and contempt. The Sandra Sphinx had a deeper, more venomous meaning behind his statement. I'm going to listen to my wisdom. Although I feel like this then gets towards a direction where we may need to consider our actual safety on poking a very sensitive and sore subject. There's a hidden meaning behind his words. She raises an eyebrow. You surprise me, little one. It took time for me to truly understand why he would say such things. Eventually, I figured it out. Trem was intimidated by me. For the half-century we spent together, he never once could keep up in our debates. He never could solve my best riddles, nor even understand many of the most basic of philosophical topics I brought up. I never had a problem with this at all. It was endearing to watch him struggle. I never would have assumed such a magnificent man would succumb to the lowest of sins. Pride. Trem could not stand to be outmatched, at least not in the long run. So we parted ways as amicably as could be given the circumstances. That was my first mission here on this yours realm. This Genosphinx has struggled with her hatred for longer than you will ever live. Yet despite the difference in your natures, what she seeks here from you is simply validation. I mean, look, I'll be real with you, ma'am. The separation was wise, sure. You should have let him win every once in a while. Not necessarily. I think there could be a degree of grace involved with maybe doing that. But that also needs to come from a natural position. Like this goes back to compatibility, right? A true man seeks greatness in his partner. He does not fear it. 100%. Where's a queen at? She nods. When I told him the same thing, he did not respond positively. Well, yeah, I don't think the positive response would come in the moment. Sphinx gives you a faint smile. One thing I truly desire is for my mind to delve inwards. That can be done via intellectual excursion of many kinds. Dialogues, debates, sharing experiences. Thank you for listening to my tale, little one. She seeks understanding through sharing. By listening, you give her something tiny and fleeting. Your bias is not wrong, but remember, all folk, man and woman alike, Sphinx or human, are both pitiful, spiteful, and wonderful in their own unique way. Your story is very interesting. Well, think about what you have told me here today. Did I win? Did I say good thing? Do you maybe fancy this man, this prideful example of perfection, Sphinx, Maybe? Yeah. It's kind of outrageous to, I mean, this here. Damn it, man. How did this game roll my character the way that it did? I really am this character, I guess. Your bias is, this seems outrageous to go up to her after this exchange and feel like there's a tinge of pride here, but also fact, right? Will she be receptive to it? I guess she would have to be to some degree. Yeah, look. We all are fault. We have flaws and our faults, for sure. Well said. It is not often I am given the chance to be truly surprised by a mortal. And a man, nonetheless. Of course she's impressed, who wouldn't be? I'm a hero destined for greatness? I don't know about that. There was a genuine, conversation and opening up a vulnerability there. You know what? Thank you, Guardian of the Vault. Here. This might help you in your quest, little one. Now, any other questions you have for me? You didn't really get back to the whole how y'all bang thing. I feel like you glossed over that, oozes. Alright. That's a man, baby. Is this tavern your lair, or your lair a tavern? She lifts the barrel to her lips and holds it there for a moment. Eventually, she lowers it and says, "That is indeed a riddle worth pondering." You a big drinker? I partake. It does little to affect me, but the taste is lovely. Has anyone ever tried to fight you? Yes. Alcohol tends to lower risk assessment capabilities among mortals, which sometimes ends with violence. Always from a man, strangely enough. I do wonder why. Not always. You've seen some feisty women during your street watch days. Do you like the hustle and bustle in here? I'm content. For now. That's a yes. Must cost a lot to get you all this wine. No. Rick's bidder procures it all for me. Such lovely river wine. She takes another sip. I've grown to enjoy the taste. Can I ask why? Why what? Why a tavern? I was convinced. She glances at the pile of wine by her side. It was not a battle quickly won, however. Rick's bidder worked tirelessly for many an evening to argue her point. Eventually, and completing a few quests on my behalf, my letter rented out a part of my lair, but only for a century. Well, drop in the bucket for you, right? Nice to see you enjoying your tavern lair. Other questions, though. What are you voting in the election? I'm not. What? Why? She shakes her head. I cannot leave to vote, I'm afraid. Even if it was in my business to leave an imprint on the affairs of mortals. If you could leave, what would you vote? Oh, I don't know. She points a claw at you. What would you have me vote for if you were in my shoes? Interesting that we can't throw out the apolitical thing here. I have to suggest something to her. For me, I'll lead us to a glorious future as a wizard god king. That's not prideful at all. The Asgals. I don't like any of these. I don't like any of these as a response to her. In the long run, that'd be hilarious to her. Fair and equitable, she knows better. Prosperity, y'all, she also knows better about that, I betcha. This is probably just like ludicrous. After everything we just talked about with her, I couldn't bring myself to that. Yeah, look. Let's say the Asgals, I guess. Although Earth's stability... Yeah, let's go with the nationalists. Ah, yes, the servants of a dead god will surely be the best choice to safeguard the future. She gives you a knowing smile. She knows more than you'll ever learn. That may not be true if you have your way. You can't leave here for even a minute or two. I could, but that would break my divine quest. Fair. I would not have expected a mortal to understand. Interesting. Well, good to know. She takes a long sip from her barrel. What you know about that tea shop? It startled me, which is not an easy thing to do. I'd imagine you're quite close to it. Yes, an explosion like that has not been felt in this place for decades at least. Oh god. Stay quiet for a few seconds and jump towards her and yell boo? What's my hope here? If I'm too successful and I genuinely shock her, I risk death. Boogity boogity boogity! Ah, by the gods, you scared me, little one. You're so funny, little one. Giggle and feel proud. Tee-hee! Yes, it reminded me of our darkness, what your people call the Fade Era. Fade Era, the second out of 5 eras, when Yor went silent and the ancient terrors were slowly replaced by those in charge today. This is when humans first arrived, for example. It was a time just before I was tasked with guarding this vault. Then, the Mollusca Tolenkatl often bargained with me for divine knowledge and assistance. I liked those snails. They were good company. I was saddened when their city melted under Oozes' fire. The crackling of those flames, the terrible force that ruined everything in its path. Flames of many colors. Memories of beasts in the days of yore. Those thoughts stirred in me when I felt that explosion. Old magic. Snails? She nods. They built the first city here, from what I know. You've walked their streets, little one. Can you tell me more about these folk? A bit, yes. They were masters of wizardry far before the Arcanists. Or humans, for that matter, even arrived to Yor's coast. They made some poor choices during their rise and fall. They aligned with Yor against the gods, for one. And of course, they picked the wrong side of the Dragon Wars. It's a tragic tale of a civilization that I truly believe to be good. Good for the coast. They were just a little slow. Caught up to them in the end. You've been here since the Fade Era? There were some excursions early on, but yes, a bit over a millennia ago. I feel bad for you. Don't. This is my purpose, just like I'm sure you have yours. You think it was dragonfire that caused the explosion? She scoffs. No, I do not. No, she thinks you're stupid now. It was much too concentrated of a blast. Besides, a dragon large enough to cause such destruction would also surely not be capable of sneaking away without a single witness. Could someone have used fireball to cause an explosion? Sphinx shrugs. I've seen more than a fair share of those in my time. Seems like everyone uses it. 'Cause it's a classic, Oozes, it's a banger, it never misses. A 3rd level fireball would not come close to that power. What about a higher level fireball? She shrugs. It would have to be very high. So who knows, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. Tell me about that Esuth. I'd prefer not. His terrible reign is a topic left out of polite conversation. Whenever you see the flaming mounds upon the burned coast lit up in smoke and cinder, you will know his will has not gone away. Not for a moment. Flames of many color? Blue, yellow, and purple. It is said if you can see the purple, it will be the last thing you do. Either from blinding or merciful death. That's all for now, thank you. Oh boy. What's that door behind you? Nothing. But it's clearly something. How perceptive of you, little one. She holds up a paw as if presenting a prize. Behind me lays but one divine vault of many. She lowers her head slightly in a tiny bow. I am its protector. It's really not more complicated than that. You're a very impressive creature, you know that? That's weird, man. Mm-hmm. She taps her claws. Where are you going with this, little one? Yeah, this... Even Charisma's like, brother, no. You need to... No, this might be a bad idea. Your goblin companion kicks you in the shin. You want to get mazed? He hisses at you. That's how you get mazed! The goblin is referring to the concept of being magically transported into an endless prison, which is technically something a gynosphere should be capable of. Just so you know. I listened well about men. Shocker. And I solved her first riddle, so I have advantage. Woo the beast! Oh, God. Yeah, you know what? Maybe by our journey's end, I can patch up my charisma enough and not have this happen. It would require godlike... Yeah, I'd have to hit a nat 20. That's not happening. Never mind, never mind. All right, little one. I'll assume you simply coughed very loudly. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I'll be going now. Thank you, Great Sphinx. Groovy. It's dusk! So can I... Oh, no, that's her. An old well. You approach the old well, it's dry. And very, very deep. Jump? Is this a wishing well? No! I wish I was the greatest knight in all of Ascani. Nothing happens. Won't you look at that? That must mean you're already the greatest knight, right? Such a homie, Snow. Thank you, hype man. Look down the well. See only darkness. Oh, God. No, look, I have no dexterity either. This would most definitely result in death. I'll leave. Oh, yes, it's her. She's evil. Straight up. Unadulterated evil. Really, I can't speak with the tiefling? I have to speak with her to get her out of the way or something? Oi! It'd be something akin to 1,000 a month. Standard fare, really. Rick's bitter. Look at her little hooves. Obviously, all of my proprietary deals would have to be included in that. Obviously. Which would make it more akin to double that price, at least. The orc woman places her cup on the counter and leans forward. We hope you'll consider it. The fiendish woman behind the counter gives her a wide, sharp grin. Vera turns to leave and almost walks right into you. Whoops. Cleric. Lovely to see you again, but I can't stop to chat. Do swing by Waterlane later, will you? As the orc steps past you and leaves the tavern, you look over to the woman behind the bar. She locks eyes with you while you're putting away the orc's cup. That's cool and all, but have you considered I leveled up? Okay. I'm tempted for intelligence. I could patch up charisma, which if I'm trying to woo the beast, that's not even gonna matter. That's a DC 25, no chance. Unless I get into her vault, then never say never, you know? Lead into Lean into the power of empathy. Up our wisdom. Our wisdom's pretty solid, though. I'm kind of thinking intelligence. Because we've had a number of moments where intelligence just falls short. I don't know if that'd be enough to really... Well, it's at least better odds. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to do the intelligence. I'm really thinking about wisdom, though. Although charisma, honestly... Not for the gag of, like, wooing the beast, but moving forward, if I get a different helmet... Because our current helmet, I think, tanks our charisma pretty hard. So it's not good. But if I get a different helmet that bumps it to maybe, you know, be a +1, that's still not great. That's still not great at all. I think that's a lost cause. Doing intelligence to +2 does something. Oh, isn't it already plus? I wish I could look at my stats. This is the crappy thing I wish we could do. My one critique for the game. +1 hit dice. I think my intelligence is already at a +2 because I have the pocket watch on. I'm gonna do wisdom. We got one thing and it's being wise. Now let me look real quick. Oh, see, I could have had it be a +3 then. Damn it, apparently I'm already at a +5 too. It'd be pretty groovy as a, if I get it at being +6, that'd be crazy. Crazy strong. Ooh. A very pretty key. It's esoterically attuned to the Sphinx's lair, the local tavern. This will allow you to enter during daytime so you can solve a riddle. Or just visit. That's giving me +1 charisma just wearing it, so yes. Alright. I would love... I guess I could change this out now. I would love to get a different helmet that doesn't hit charisma. I don't know if there's going to be one. It'd be awesome if there was one that had charisma benefit to it. I don't know, at least stand a chance with conversation moments. Some degree. Oh, I could add a +3 in intelligence. That bugs me. That's alright. I have 9 of those. That's wild. +1 dex is a lost cause. Dex is the one thing I will never touch anything of. We're definitely not going to try and mess or salvage that. This drops my strength. So not good for a fight, but I would get that +6 to wisdom. My constitution would still be a +3 because this helmet's giving me 1. Or no, the hammer gives me 1 rather. Yeah, that's why it'd still be +3. Alright. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine. Nice that the key gives me +1 to charisma. Thank you, Sphinx. What a homie. Alright. It's now dusk. Means it's not midnight yet, but we can definitely get up to some nonsense. However, I think this is an excellent stopping point. We leveled up. We got up to some nonsense. Things are opening up further in the questing. Oh, look at that. Yeah, we are starting to see, like... Yeah. An easy riddle. Here's hoping. Alrighty, y'all. I think that's going to be it for today. Getting my spellbook repaired would be so nice. But tomorrow, I think we're going to have more of this. I'm digging it. I'm digging it, and I'm enjoying this game greatly. This is such a, like, D&D experience through and through. I think they've done a very good job. Very charming, very fun writing. And very, like, very good character writing. Like, each character is definitely having their personality that they respond and react to according to things that fit. That's some fun stuff. That's some good writing. Good game? It really is. It really, really is. It's a very slow burn, right? I know most games are explosions and half-naked ladies and all that, which are fantastic and a good time too. But this is nice, man. I kind of love anything that oozes this amount of, like, personality and charm. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Alrighty, y'all. As I try and navigate my way to save here. Until tomorrow, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your days. Look at that. Look at that level 3 cleric. 12, 8, 10, 13, 16, and 9. Not a great spread, but that's pretty solid, man. That's pretty solid when it comes to randomized, at least. Go figure. Go figure that I end up with the one stat I didn't want to do. But I will say, the wisdom has been kind of, like, amazing. The wisdom has saved our ass and gotten us some pretty interesting interactions quite a bit. Me non sexy cospool. You too can be a sexy tree, chat. Don't ever doubt it. Don't ever doubt. I'm gonna go get me some dinner. I'm hungry. Y'all keep being sexy trees, yeah? Learn Elvish, aka Finnish. Bye-bye.